on some show the other night. And I asked her, "Do you remember that?" And she said, "Yeah." She said, "All I remember about that is, she was in school, and that happened, and then we had to go get a shot." She don't know if the two were related or not, but it could it just be, you're getting your immunizations or whatever.
No,
Uh,
no, iodine.
Iodine shot.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah,
yeah,
because she would have
yeah.
been about what 10 at the time, I think. Yeah. So
Yeah, because iodine, I guess iodine collects it, and then if you put more iodine on it, it dilutes it with stuff that doesn't have the radiation in it. I
So
think.
I had
I
a
don't.
I had a friend in Poland who was working for uh, Institute of Nuclear Physics in Warsaw. Uh, and at that time, they had a girl. I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking she was probably 5, 6 years old, something like that. So he says he took from work. He took the Geiger Miller counter, and he says, "Well, it's just right thing to do, when you got small kid, and he
Right.
was walking all around the house and just about everywhere, nothing, you know. And then they had the little balcony. They had a balcony outside, and he says was one spot on the balcony that Geiger Miller counter just went crazy, just
Huh.
wham, and was
Yeah.
like fucking full scale. Okay, he's holy shit. So they hook up the hose, you know, to the kitchen sink. They went to the store and bought a hose, for heat kitchen sink, and just hose that, with the water, just as much as they could. And he went second time with that Geiger Miller counter, and he was not there anymore. But he says
Wow.
that was not malfunction of the counter. No,
Right.
No, there's
no.
no way they can
He says,
really malfunction.
yeah. He
They
says that,
unless except to record less.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He says
Wow.
that thing was like fucking going full scale, wham, and he's holy shit. That was scary. If we would get quite a exposure from that if that
Oh
would be
yeah.
there for a long time. you know he says for short time that amount, he didn't think that's any really bad effects or anything, but he says for long exposure that wouldn't be good.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just bad
And
stuff.
I'm
But
just
yeah.
just just wondering how many people got that exposure like that,
Oh,
you know
lots.
and
Lots.
got the fucking cancer because
Well, that's
because
what he
of
was saying on his show.
carelessness of the Russian idiots.
That's that was just horrible. I mean, they were the show was called River Monsters. That guy goes around and he fishes for these things that have been subject to folklore over the years and
Hmm.
stuff like that. And anyway, I didn't get to see the rest of the show, but he was around there. They had a fish that was people have lost limbs, divers have lost limbs, and anyway, he saw a picture of it. Somebody actually had a photograph of one, and it was a Wells catfish, is what they call it where he's from. And these things get like 600 pounds catfish. Uh, and anyway, so he went to the cooling pond in Chernobyl. He got permission and paperwork and all that, and he had to dress up in his little suit with his little rad meter and all that crap. And they were telling some history about it. And Marcy was watching the show with me, and she said, "Yeah." I said, "What do you remember?" And she said, "I remember that happened, and we had to get a shot." And she don't like needles, but she was 10. She didn't know what it was. But so
Yeah,
I
you
was
you
just
you wouldn't believe how many people died they send
still.
military there, so that's order. You
Hmm.
do, or you're gonna get shot, right?
Yeah.
You
Right.
you 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 so you go and do what you are told to do, and you die from exposure, you know, or you die from being shot because you didn't follow order.
Well,
It's one of those things.
They did that with our troops too when they were, in the early testing days. They'd have them, stand. They were far enough away they didn't get burned from it, but they, wanted to see what the effects were. Well,
yeah.
That was just horrible. But
yeah.
I was just wondering if George knew about that shot. I didn't mean to.
Yeah. Iodine.
And she was, I mean, that's a long way away from Chernobyl. So
where is she from?
Montki.
Well, that's Eastern Poland.
Yeah, I guess it is.
It's not as far as you think it is.
Yeah, it is. See, and that's another thing. I call myself a dumb American all the time because by comparison to the people, the way they get educated in Europe, we are. I mean, well, my generation is anyway. You guys, maybe not, but we didn't have social media and stuff like that, thank God, because I'd really feel stupid. But they learn a lot. They learn more about America over there than we know about it here, or we were taught, at least in my school.
That's how quite few of us end up here, because we learn about America, so fuck it, that's time to go. That was my thinking.
Well, there's a woman in our aquafit class from Siberia, and she said she came here for the improved weather.
Weather, right?
Well, yeah. From there, I imagine just about anywhere is improvement.
Yeah.
I mean, because I've seen some. God, I was watching some show. They chased. Oh my God, I hate this. See, I'm going to buy some Prevagen. There was an expedition that nobody knew what happened to them. They went into someplace in Siberia. The something 9. I'll ask my wife.
Well, and my ex-wife was Japanese, and she was convinced that I brought her here to kill her with the winter.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, over there, that's like the worst temperatures are about 20 degrees, and where she was at or where we were at. And then one time we had a wind chill factor of minus 65 here.
Oh.
She thought I was for sure I was trying to kill her.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a new head of the Museum of Science and Industry, a woman named Chevy Humphreys, and I was looking her up. She'd been in running a museum in Arizona, and she's from Houston. I go, boy, this going to be a real shock for her. Yeah.
I can't pronounce this word, George. Dyatlov Pass incident. DYA. You know what? The hell with this. I'm just going to put a stinking link. But I watched this show where they went to find out exactly what happened. And you talk about nowhere, man. Them people left nowhere to go further into nowhere. Okay, I mean, they passed nowhere like 500 miles prior. But
well,
yeah.
One way to realize how big that country is, it encompasses 11 time zones.
Right.
And time zones are like 1/24th of the circumference of the Earth.
I was going to say,
11 of them.
Right? Yeah, because I mean, going from New York to California, you only go across 4, and it's a long stinking ways.
Yeah.
Well, the further north you go, the more time you can cross in a shorter distance.
I used to work
true.
with a Russian fellow, and we were talking one day, and I asked him where he was from, and he said the name of the town, which I didn't recognize, and he said, "Well, it's east of China." And I go, "East of China?" Which sent me to the map, and sure enough, Russia kind of curves around China a little bit. and there's a part of Russia that is actually east of China.
There's a lot about geography I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty good in the United States because I drove all of it. But you give me people are talking about countries I've never heard about, like Latvia. Who ever heard of Latvia? I happened to meet somebody. I've never heard of that word till about 3 years ago when I met somebody we're from a little place called Latvia. I'm like, it ain't no bigger than Delaware.
Well,
On a map.
when I grew up, we had a social studies class, and one of the things, it was kind of a semester-long class project where it was kind of a Russian-U.S. exchange thing.
Okay.
And we subscribed to a magazine called, I think, Russian Life or something like that. And it was all propaganda, but we knew that, so it was okay. And then they got like Life magazine in Russia, and there was some kind of dialogue between the two groups. It wasn't, was never like a phone call or something, maybe letters or something like that. But they were, the thing was that when I was a kid, all you knew about Russia was Moscow, that was all you ever heard of. And it wasn't until the breakup of the Soviet Union that you realized there's all these other countries in there, and ones you never heard of, there's Kazakhstan and all the rest of those things. And there were, these are whole countries that were, taken over by Russia. And
I mean, I'm pretty much still there. That's pretty much the extent of, I know the Bering Sea and things like that just from different programs over the years. But I mean, as far as, there are, oh my God, there's a lot of countries over
Okay.
everywhere.
Dave, I'm sorry.
One nice thing about ham radio is you work a country or you hear it mentioned and you go and you look up on the map and see where it is.
Okay, yeah, Dave, I just click on the Google, and from Chernobyl to Moinki, that's about 322 miles. That's a 519 kilometers. Well, so 300 miles. Yeah. That's
well, and that's downwind of Chernobyl too. So it's if you're east of it.
Wow. Yeah. I can't even get a stupid map going here. Where is my?
So you say downwind. So in other words, wind will
Wind's
go.
Going to be blowing. Yeah.
Will go that direction, right? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. 300. So 322 miles. So let's say that's like from Chicago to. Yeah, you should know, Dave.
St. Louis.
St. Louis.
South side of St. Louis.
Well, where else?
Chicago, Des Moines, Iowa. Chicago, let's see, going east, it would be somewhere around.
Going south, let's say.
South, St. Louis, Louisville.
Kentucky, Louisville.
Yeah. Well, so that's I mean, considering that's quite a bit distance, but the small particles would fly and did fly, I'm sure.
They
so that's 322 miles. Oh.
Yeah,
that is
when I worked for the manufacturing company, we had a sister company in Germany where the technology came from, and we had a fellow from Munich came and spent a couple of weeks working with us when we first started out, and he had no concept of how big this country was. It was, you can get to, and especially then, this was before the Eastern Europe was kind of open. So Western Europe, you could get to any place in a couple hours drive. There was no or less. And we had a customer in Ohio, and he was just amazed how far we were driving, that there was, nothing, basic cornfields,
cornfields.
And he was just amazed by that. you know, and he said, well, I've got a friend who lives in Baltimore. Can we go visit him? You know, I go, no, that's, just no concept how big this country is.
And just comparing to Warsaw, let's say, well, so my wife was in Warsaw at that time, and that's 400 miles.
So Warsaw is like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, so between but she is further from Chernobyl. She's further north. So the Warsaw would be kind of direct going west, almost straight west. She was going on the angle going, northwest. So that's 394 miles from Chernobyl, and she was 330 miles.
Yeah.
So more or less same shit.
It's kind of a shame that with nuclear power, because it is fundamentally a pretty good idea, and you get things where, they even now there wasn't a good way to deal with the waste, but they could do something about that. But the plants are so expensive, and it's so expensive to change anything in the design of them. So nobody ever puts any newer technology in them, because they'd have to start from scratch, and it's so expensive that, there has been research going on of better, very much safer nuclear power plants, and nobody's wanted to really do them because you have to start from scratch, in terms of all the approvals and designs. And
I just don't see I don't know if they're that efficient, and what is the payoff? It's kind of like solar panels.
The idea when they were first talking about them, that it would be too cheap to measure. You wouldn't have meters because it was so cheap it wasn't worth the money to keep track of it. Well, it didn't work out that way, and they wound up being so they were billions of dollars to start, and they all had huge overruns, and they took, now partly because the rules kind of kept changing under them, but it just turned out to not be practical. It's just so expensive. And
and look at what happened to Chernobyl. What are they going to do with that? And then that one in Japan just a few years ago, they're still, how are they working on cleaning and containing?
Yeah.
What do you do with this stuff when it goes wrong?
I mean, you can't neutralize it, so you can kind of maybe move it someplace else, but
well, and is there another use for it?
Not really.
They at one time they had depleted uranium. They were making tank shells and stuff out of it. They were armor piercing.
I was there one time. I was at Honeywell in Minneapolis, where they actually machined nuclear tipped weapons, because uranium's the heaviest metal, so it's a good thing to have, and they will, it being the heaviest thing, when it goes into, you shoot it into a ship or something, it will likely set stuff on fire inside.
Right.
So that's all pretty good stuff. But in terms of radiation, they've taken all the good stuff out. They've taken the U-235 out, and what's left is 238, which isn't terribly radioactive. It's
I like
mostly
the way the pause was in there.
It's mostly alpha particles, which a piece of paper or about 6 inches of air is a pretty effective shield.
Oh, okay.
And they would machine these things, and they'd have wooden boxes where they'd have lots of pieces in the various stages of machining, and because a little bit of air is a good shield, the dosimeters that'd be on your chest wouldn't give you a good idea what kind of radiation you were getting on your hands where you were working with it. So they actually had dosimeters that were made as rings.
Oh, okay.
So it would actually measure right where your hands were. And they told the story when we were up there about somebody had lost their ring, in a box of depleted uranium, and didn't find it for like 2 months later. They finally found the ring, and they sent it into the company that processes it and
Mhm.
measures, and the company called, "Where's the body? Because this guy's got to be dead."
Wow.
And we were there. We did an access control system, and it wasn't for security, but they wanted to know how much time they were spending in each of the rooms,
Huh.
and our system would do that. But this was back in the 77 or 79, something like that, and security was lax. This plant made nuclear tipped weapons and torpedoes in Minneapolis, and you'd go to the security guard, and they would ask you if you were a citizen, and you'd go there. And the second time we went, there was no guard at all. There was just a sign that said, sign the book. I don't imagine it's that lax now.
Oh no, nothing's that lax. I can
Hey,
remember
Scott.
coming out.
Hello,
Morning.
how you doing?
All right. Thanks for the birthday wishes. You made me a month younger. That's always, as you get older, you take anything you can get. So it's
I can't figure out why I was saying it was January. I had you as your birthday on January 15. I think it might have had something to do with one of our last meetings or something like that. It was December 15, I guess.
yeah.
Or vice
right.
versa. Anyway,
Okay.
but anyway, happy birthday belated.
I'm sure my mother wouldn't have appreciated an extra month of pregnancy, but so what are you up to, Scott?
Not much at the moment. My brother's gonna be giving me a call this afternoon to go over some mail and stuff like that. I'll get all the mail up here, and he's down in Florida, so he wants to see what all came in and all that stuff. So, but yeah, I gotta check on his roommate's license plate and stuff like that up here, because they're down in Florida. Make sure that they're all up to date with all that stuff. So all those little details.
I don't know if I'd want to go to Florida these days. It's
I know. Well,
Illinois has been doing relatively well compared to a lot of the other states. But,
I'm
that's
telling you.
that's what my brother was saying, and he got his condo down there a couple years ago. I was down there last year for the holidays for the first time ever. I've always been here with my mom and dad, but since they're gone now, I decided, my brother and I decided, well, I could just go visit him down there last year, which I did, or I should say 2019 for 20. And spent the holidays down there with them, and then came back up on January 3rd, I think it was, 2020. And then after that, a couple of weeks later, the COVID hit.
Yeah, I was going to say, just in time for the disaster to strike.
Yeah, I know. Boy.
Yeah. Well, you weren't stranded down there, but
That's
it's
true. If I waited any longer, which I had the option to do, but I'm thinking, boy, it's a good thing I decided to make the decision to come back up when I did, because, it didn't take very long. And, Trump didn't get on this thing right away. He let this thing lax all of February. You didn't hear anything. And then all of a sudden, March, oh, we got this big thing coming in. Oh, yeah, it was way too late. Way too late.
yeah.
Yeah, people don't understand how exponents work, I guess. They, yeah, I mean,
There you go.
I'm no
Morning,
math
George.
whiz, but it ain't rocket science, I whatever. Here we are. Let's hope that's according to. I watched Biden's. I'm not a political guy, at all, but I watched Biden. I've been stuck watching the news, so it's like, all right. So Biden gave his little speech the other night, and I was thoroughly impressed. I was actually,
He seems to be hiring people who know something about what they're going to work on.
he has a speechwriter anyway that's effective.
Yeah.
I forgot what leadership is supposed to sound like. He reminded me of when I was in the Gulf War and Colin Powell's boss. What was that guy's name? Short, General.
Schwarzkopf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was an impressive guy. He was.
He
Oh, yeah.
gave a speech for about 45 minutes, and it reminded me of that. It gave you all the things required of leadership. It gave you information. It gave you the positives, and he told you, yeah, shit's going to go wrong, but we're going to work on fixing it as it happens. And I mean, that's what Biden's speech reminded me of.
Well, and
Leadership.
it seems like his vice president is just not dumb bitch.
No,
You
no,
know,
she's not at all.
She's smart.
She's sharp cookie,
She is.
right?
Yep.
She's
She
sharp
put
cookie.
herself in a position to win the presidency in 2024.
And
Well,
She's not
I tell
stupid.
you what, if nothing else, she's easy for the eye in my books. Anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, Biden's starting out at what, 78,
Yeah, I
something
mean,
like that. I mean, the chances of him making through the whole 4 years is isn't real great, and
Yeah. Do you remember when they made a big deal out of Reagan being too old at 69?
yeah.
Yeah.
But then by the time 8 years happened, he was pretty senile at that point. But
Yeah.
that job I
falling
think could
asleep
wear
and all.
anybody out.
yeah.
But
can't
with
imagine.
Trump, I can't figure out for the life of me. He didn't do anything. I mean,
No.
really. So why does he want to be in power? Just so he doesn't have to pay taxes and get all this glory and nothing?
Power.
No,
Power. He
well,
has to remain relevant. People
Yeah.
like that give narcissist a bad name. He
Yeah.
has
Well,
to. I don't know what is it over a narcissist, because I mean he would. There was a clip of him talking about what's the guy's name in North Korea, the little guy.
Kim Jong, yeah.
Yeah, Ing Jung. Okay, he was talking. Ing's a nice guy. He said, "Yeah, he's president for life. I'm gonna have to give that a try one day." That was in
He
2000.
wants to be
yeah,
Pharaoh of
16 or
America
something.
or something like that. That's the way I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
He has to remain relevant, and this I wait for him to commit suicide. The banks are calling the notes. He can't borrow any money from anybody. All his businesses are being blacklisted.
Yeah, he owes how $400 million in taxes for whatever.
That's a
Yeah,
pretty
but
bad
he's-
situation.
And by the
when-
way, that's another thing about the presidency. As far as I'm concerned, there should be a law or amendment or something like that stating, before these people become president, they got to have turned in their tax records and all that.
Everybody has done it. Nobody's had
except
to.
for him.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was the first. So I would imagine there's legislation in place now.
I would hope so.
I-
If not,
I don't think-
maybe
I
it's
don't-
time to start writing some
Yeah.
amendments here.
But I don't think they can, because the requirements for a presidency are that you have to be a natural born citizen of the U.S. and 35 years of age, and any further restriction they put on that, it wouldn't be constitutional. No,
Why is that?
I think it would be a good idea.
It
No,
would be.
you
but
would have to change the Constitution to be able to do that.
I partly
That's what's going to have to happen.
I partly agree, except that aren't we tired of always electing politicians? I mean, you get people from the business world that may know how to do
Well,
things,
that
but
was-
they only get.
That was the idea with Trump, but
Yeah,
but
yeah,
that was
Trump
my
is not a
hope.
statesman.
Yeah.
No,
You
he's
know-
not. You got to be that was I think Rauner would have done a better job than Trump.
Trump was kind of, you'd be in a bar someplace and you'd have somebody, I could do as good a job as the president, and that was the truth is they can't. And
Mike Rowe
but
would be a good president.
yeah,
Well, there's no
but there'd
experience
be-
and there's no knowledge there.
there is something to be said for we've tried politicians and they've messed things up a lot. Let's try somebody in business. And as it works out, the skills it takes to run a business aren't terribly transferable to being
No,
a
they're not.
president and diplomat and that. It's like I always thought that one of the things that must happen to especially a guy like Trump, who while I think he should be first against the wall when the revolution comes, he was used to anything he told his underlings to do pretty much would happen. Didn't make any difference if it was a good idea or a bad idea.
Yes.
They would make it happen. And when you get to be president, that changes. So for the things that aren't important, anything you ask for, they're going to do. So if you say, I'd like New England clam chowder from my favorite restaurant in Maine for dinner tonight, they'll make it happen.
It's going to happen.
But
Right.
but the things that are important, the policies and things, are probably, no matter who you are as president, it's extremely difficult to get those things to happen. That's got to be frustrating.
Right. And then on top of that,
Yeah.
he's changing his mind every 5 minutes on everything. And
Well,
you don't know whether or not
yeah.
he's kidding or not on some things.
Yeah. Now,
So-
if you're from a certain point of view, he's been against abortions. He's been a defender of Second Amendment rights. He's cut taxes primarily for rich folks.
Mhm.
He's gotten rid of a lot of regulations, which at the possible expense of the environment. And a lot of folks think those are good things to happen. He's put in conservative judges all over, not just the Supreme Court. And
3 of them also.
there's a lot of folks who view all of those things as very good accomplishments. I don't, but there's a lot of folks who think those were good, worthwhile accomplishments, and that's a reason to vote for him. Now, you kind of expect, and I've disagreed and agreed with presidents at various times, you kind of expect them to reasonably tell the truth, and
I would think that's a given.
and reasonably follow the laws. But that doesn't seem to bother his supporters,
But and the number one thing, political science 101, you don't lie to the people. When COVID came out, and he said, "Oh, I lied to the people talking about Woodward."
Isn't that an oxymoron? Politicians do constantly lie.
Yeah, but there are differences. There are exaggerations. There are things where you deem that it's best to hide the truth. Trump just makes stuff up. He didn't consciously think that we shouldn't be telling people about the how bad COVID is. He just made stuff up, and made stuff up that would make him, get him through the next day,
And that's where he lost me. I'm with Scott. I was in the Army, and and they send you to various leadership schools. The more rank you get, and you learn about things that you don't think of, even though you see it every day. It doesn't register because you're not looking for it.
Yeah.
And one of the big things is, there's a few different styles of leaderships, and it's been proven since the history of the world. Authoritarian does not work. Okay, so you go the other way, and as long as you keep your people informed, you have their respect because you're going to tell them the freaking truth. And I'm the one stuck in a hot seat. So, that was my approach. Listen, fellas, this is what we have to get accomplished. Okay. If we can get this done by Thursday night or Friday morning, that gives us Friday afternoon to go get a keg of beer and set up a volleyball net. Okay. And lo and behold, usually Thursday night, we had our accomplishments and every goal we set done for the week. And when we were overseas and the war thing, hey, this is our task. Let's get it done and move on to the next one and get the hell out of here.
It's like
And
when I was in high school.
I had no problems.
Yeah, we had the toughest gym teacher, a guy named Curtin, and everybody hated him because he was tough. I mean, he really worked the kids hard, but he did every exercise he had his kids do with them.
Participative, right?
And while people hated him because he made him work, did he have the respect?
Oh yes,
he did everything he asked his kids to do, and that was. I guess we
lost Mel.
Wow.
Did we offend Mel? Did we?
I don't know.
The guy's passed away now, but even up to like 20 years ago, I was in a class of 84, and I would go to Florida, and you would still see some of the Mr. East, or everybody just called. I don't even know if people knew his last name. His name was Coach. That was it, and everybody knew him. Everybody respected him. He was just one of them kind of people, He commanded respect. And after you learned why, if you spend a few minutes around the guy, and it was just people like that.
I just sent you guys picture that I'm gonna start building this antenna. I just found this is actually It's a phased. It's a phased cage dipoles. That's all it is to it.
I see it.
No.
There's a lot of them though. I mean,
Yeah.
what is it
right.
for?
And as you notice, these are cage dipoles,
Uh-huh.
right?
Okay.
So they
Okay.
they
yeah.
will
Yeah.
wider bandwidth and just face them.
Yeah.
know,
But
if
you better build it the way you want to talk to.
Right.
It's tough to rotate.
Right. Well, then I will actually build two of them. I will build one for Europe, one for Australia, and I'm set for life.
That is just. I mean, why would they even ever build an antenna like that?
Well,
I thought it was a fence first.
Dave, that's military set up in Russia somewhere. I found that I was flipping through Chernobyl. I saw that picture before in my life, but I was flipping somewhere through the picture of the Chernobyl, and that I found that. So this was some kind of detection, early detection of the missiles coming from United States to Russia. So that's what this was.
I like the one with the if there's a whole bunch of pictures there. There's one with a cat and a bottle of
Beer.
booze. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So when that's military setup, that doesn't matter how much it cost.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was in United States, something like that would be in the millions.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah.
The first or second million wouldn't do the trick. A structure like that.
Can you? I don't even understand how they would be all phased. I mean, the guy who designed this thing.
Oh, you phase them with different lengths of coax to get.
No, I understand that part, but
Yeah.
look
It
at
almost
all
kinda
of
looks-
the antennas.
It almost kind of looks like the kind of wall or fence that Trump was trying to build for Mexico.
There you go. Yeah.
Well, when I first saw it, and then I seen the little guy and then the word Chernobyl or whatever by Ivan, I was like, oh, okay, well, it's concertina wire, it's meant to keep people out
Yeah,
when
yeah,
they're serious about it. And then when George just started talking, I was like, holy crap, they are cage dipoles.
Yeah. And way they are built, that's probably very difficult, but the whole idea is that you put some of these antennas in series, some of them in parallel, and just like normally you would do with resistors, and you get 50 ohm. So for example, I got some of these RF resistors, and they are like how to make kilowatt dummy. Well, very simple. Four 250 ohm resistors, and two of them are in series and two of them are in parallel, right? And that's going to get you 50 ohm, because you will have two of them in a series will have a 100 ohm, right, each.
Uh-huh.
And then you put this two parallel, this series in parallel, and you got again back to 50 ohm, right? So four.
Imagine even plugging a QRP rig into that, you'd be worldwide. If you could lift the coax.
I was doing real well the other night on 25 watts on 80 meters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I am sure. I'm sure. It seems like band open up. I mean.
Yeah.
Hey George, what frequency do they transmit on that big old thing anyway?
Oh, I don't know.
It's hard to get an idea of the scale. It's hard to
tell
the
scale. I mean,
yeah.
That's Scott. Remember, I told you that I told you the formula how to figure a dipole.
Okay.
You remember that?
Vaguely.
1, 2, 3. You got it.
You got it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oops, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. So
one side of the dipole is 234 divided by frequency in megahertz.
Okay.
So with the cage dipoles, do those wind up being the length of the frequency or the wavelength being based on the length of the wire or the length of the antenna?
Yeah.
No, that's I guess
So-
kind of both.
Is this acting like a very large conductor,
Yes,
or is it
that's-
acting like a longer piece of wire that
no,
happens to
no,
be
no,
folded?
no. It's
So-
acting like a very large conductor.
Yeah,
That means bandwidth is it's a lot wider.
yeah.
So
yeah.
that's
So
very typical to do setup like that on the 80 meters, for
Yeah.
example, where bandwidth of that antenna on the 80 meters is
Or
quite a bit.
75
Yeah.
and 80.
So
Yeah.
if you have a room and you want to put up with the bullshit, putting cage the dipoles like that, you can actually build a dipole which will cover from beginning to the end of the band with the relatively nice 50 ohm impedance.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that acts like a regular dipole with a huge like with made out of a
Made
huge
out of tubes.
tubes.
Yeah.
Yeah, huge
Yeah.
tube.
They use that for talking to submarines on ELF bands.
Well, so that's
Well, you don't need wider bandwidth
But-
necessarily
but
for
you
that.
you see in military operations you see that quite often, something like that. And matter of fact, you see there is right outside of the Perth, there is a military operation like that, Australian. I even asked if I can take a picture of it. They said, "Oh yeah." I mean, who is gonna tell you not to in Australia? I mean, that's just just antennas. I mean, not
Well,
not huge technology. I says, well, in Eastern Europe, where we're originally from, that would military would shoot you. I says, well, in Australia we don't shoot people.
there's a lot of some of the stations they use for navigation and stuff, KPH and all them. There was a lot of curtain antenna arrays, but I don't think I've ever.
Sturba curtains.
Yeah, I've never
Yeah.
seen anything to rival this.
Yeah, there's a little couple of paragraphs in the ARRL antenna manual about the Sturba curtain antenna,
Mhm.
and it refers to a figure 75 or something like that, which doesn't exist in the book. And it's going to be interesting to see if in a newer version they actually fix that, because I have a hunch nobody pays any attention to a Sturba curtain at all.
No, I wouldn't imagine
Well, people don't have a room for it. I said,
Yeah.
well,
yeah.
if that would be best antenna in the world, would you build one?
If I had the room for it, I suppose. But
Right. Well, that there is people in Texas. So,
yeah.
well, I always ask. So how big is your real estate? Oh, he says, oh, I'm on a farm here, so that pretty much space is unlimited. Says, what do you mean unlimited? He says, oh, I'm on 1,000 acres. Or guy says, oh, I'm on 2,000 acres, something like that. I said, holy macro. I said, you can put quite a few antennas there. He says, I could, except he says, I don't know how well that would go with the wife. That could be end of my marriage.
That's the limiting factor.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I says, well, you can come to mutual agreement somehow. Start with the 100 towers, and she says, absolutely, no, and maybe by negotiation you will come up with let's say 10 towers, and a guy says, hey George, be careful because she's right next to me. I said, oh my God, I better shut up my mouth. I better shut my mouth. So no more, never mind, I didn't say that.
Well, Marconi ever laid eyes on that, he'd just keel over. I can't get over that.
How's your wife doing, George?
She was vaccinated for on the 12th, which was I think on Tuesday or something like that, right? Yeah, I think
Which
so.
one did she get, the Moderna or
But she got Moderna. Yeah,
the Moderna?
she got Moderna.
Which one's the better of the two?
She says they look it up and they're so damn close to each other. They are almost identical.
What about the
Yeah, that's my
AstraZeneca one?
Well, they just compare this to Moderna and Pfizer, so I don't know. And there was well, they know what they're talking about. I mean, they know what they're dealing with, and they
Okay.
are so damn close to each other that it just really
Yeah, it's like
whatever.
they talk about one has a like a 3 week time between the first and second, and one is 4 week, and I don't think that's just what they tested it at.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
they didn't test it at 3 and test it at 4 and see which was better. That was what they tested it at, and test the other one at the other one. And you know, it's so difficult to do that kind of testing. You can't, you know, it's like the difference in the temperatures you have to store them at. I suspect that's because these things are so similar. Why would one require something to be that much colder? Well, that's where they tested how long it was viable at that temperature, you know. And my guess is that it may not make all that much difference, you know.
Do they know
between-
how well these things these vaccines work against the variants? Because I understand there's now 2 variants in the country.
there are always
Here in Illinois,
variants.
too.
Those kind of things are always mutating.
yeah. But
And
there's
so-
not that much.
There's usually not not that much difference.
What did
so.
the guy say I saw on the news? They said that when the first variant came out, this is a couple weeks ago, they said that it's more contagious, but the symptoms are less severe.
Right.
Huh.
Am I here? Was I understanding that right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
That
yes.
would be a good. I mean, if you were a virus, that would be what you'd want.
Right.
You don't want to make people sick and die, because if you make them sick and die, they can't spread it.
Right.
So you want to, you know, so a virus that kills people right away isn't going to be very successful, but one that you know, if it makes you sick, well, who cares? You know, the not that the virus cares or thinks, but you know, it's the natural selection is that if it spreads better, it's going to succeed more. If it kills less, people are going to be around to spread it more, and therefore it will likely be more successful.
yeah.
Hey,
Nick, you
Bill.
ought to write science fiction. You think about things in a strange way. I want to be able to say, hey, I know the guy that wrote that freaking movie. You should have known him. You think the movie screwed up? You should have known the guy.
Hello, Bill. Hello, Kevin. How you doing?
Good morning, Bill. What's up,
So
Kevin?
I think Calvin is generating electricity for his.
Is that one of those wind-up radios you got there?
Yeah,
Kelvin?
that he's
Pepper, it's a-
generating.
Is that,
Yeah,
oh, that's
yeah,
a coffee mill?
No, he's generating electricity by cranking it.
I'm grinding coffee. I
Oh,
decided I
coffee.
want to drink some coffee again, and so I
Okay.
got some intelligentsia.
Ooh.
It looked like it was
So-
growing pepper.
What's wrong with Folgers, man?
April makes.
I don't like the taste of coffee, and so I don't like the taste of bad coffee.
Wow,
What it was
that
was-
hurt.
Well, what it was that I didn't used to really like coffee. I would just drink it for the caffeine. And a friend made it in a French press, and I found out that you can make coffee that isn't bitter. And then when you get,
I've yet
you
to
know,
have
you
a
get
cup.
better beans and you grind them fresh, you can make some coffee that's pretty tasty.
So you don't like taste of coffee? I love taste of coffee.
Me too, but it's always the
Okay.
bitter taste is what I expect
Uh,
out of it. It's got,
Yeah.
or you just put a pinch of salt in it and it takes the bitterness away.
Yeah.
I-
Well, the bitterness comes from the old-fashioned percolators that keep reboiling the coffee and
yeah.
over-extracting the oils is what makes it bitter.
Yeah. Those things were just a horrible concept. You know, it was just
And that's the best cup of coffee
guaranteed.
made.
It guaranteed. No, not well. Actually, pretty much all coffee is percolated, but the thing that we call a percolator repercolates it, so it just guarantees that it's going to be bitter. You know, and it's goofy.
You guys
Now-
need to look up a guy named Kent Rollins, Cowboy Kent Rollins. He makes cowboy coffee, and he tells you so. It percolates in one of the little granite things over a fire, and it's not bitter. It's never bitter.
Well,
I disagree with him, but
we use April makes cold brewed coffee, so she takes like a pound of coffee, grinds it, and then and she used to get it ground, but you can't get it ground the way it needs to be ground for cold brewing anymore, supposedly. So she does it, and there's this container. It's got a little hole in the bottom, a felt filter, and a cork in it. and you fill it with coffee and fill it with water. So the whole thing is kind of a quicksand like thing.
Uh-huh.
Let it set overnight or a little longer, and then you drain the concentrate out. Take 1 or 2 shot glasses of the concentrate, which you keep in the refrigerator, and add hot water. And we've got an instant hot water dispenser on the sink, so that works out really convenient. And it's not bitter. There's no acid in it. People who will often have cream and sugar in their coffee will drink this black, and so this is pretty good, you know.
Yeah, it's really good coffee. I
Huh.
happen to drink that coffee by
And-
by Dick, and I tell you what, it's really good, really
Yeah.
good.
Send me, look
cold-
this thing up on Amazon.
Oh yeah, cold brewed. Starbucks does cold brewed coffee, but they won't use it to make hot coffee. They'll only use it to make iced coffee, and it's like, why? No, you don't have to only make iced coffee with it. That's nuts.
So
You know,
only
the $19
only-
Mr. Coffee machine that you
Oh.
put a few scoops and it's been working for 100 years.
Yeah.
That's the best coffee.
only deal we got out of yesterday's field trip it was Starbucks coffee. It was not very much. We sold ourselves pretty cheap, I guess, yesterday. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Normally, when you're in a company business, we always go for lunch as well, because contracts are written such a way that there is so much per hour, this and this and that, and plus expenses. So we always ring up some expenses, right?
Here you go, Dave. There's a link to it, and
Okay.
there's actually 2. There's the Toddy and one called Filtron, and we use the Toddy, and it's nice. You and the coffee's the concentrate. Well, we go through quite a bit, so it probably doesn't last a whole week in the refrigerator, but it could last that long in the refrigerator easily.
Huh.
Yeah.
Honey?
or just drink that concentrate straight.
That's kind of tough to do. There is a place that sells coffee concentrate, cold brew coffee concentrate, and I think it was called Black something of the Earth. and it was,
Speaking
and-
of coffee, I'm going to
yeah.
get a cup. I'll be back.
hey, welcome
Hey,
back, Mel.
Mel is back.
I hope we hadn't offended you or something, and you left in a storm or something. But did the kitty cat trip over your Ethernet cable or something?
He's not talking to us.
Oh, he's on mute. But
He-
he's
still-
not talking, so it's
He
so
is
it's
not
okay.
talking to us. Oh no. I can't read your lips, bro.
There you go. Mute's off.
That's a lot
That's
better. Yeah.
So you were talking, Dave, about he's gone. I'll wait for him to come back. So Mel, what happened? The cat bite your Ethernet cable or something?
No, the whole Zoom froze up.
Hmm.
So, and then it took me a while to get it going back again.
Yeah. So Dave, you're talking about coffee. I used to have an aunt who was used to make coffee every morning when my uncle was still alive, and my aunt loved the smell of coffee and hated the taste of it.
Really?
But it worked out great because she would make coffee every morning for my uncle, and she missed it when he passed away because she wouldn't make the coffee to have nobody drink it just to get the smell. But
Why would you hate taste of coffee? I mean, it's
I don't
just
know.
like
My mother's like that. She loves the smell, but she don't like the taste.
yeah,
Actually, I just sent her a Keurig. She got it
Yeah.
yesterday.
I never drank coffee until I was working, and we would go visit customers, and they'd ask, they'd offer you coffee, and you'd say, well, do you have tea? And it got tired of, you just want to not make any kind of waves at all when you're with a customer. So I figured, well, I'm going to learn to drink coffee, and if I'm going to learn to drink it, I might as well learn to drink it black, and that's what I did. And In fact, I find if you put cream and sugar, I think that's awful. You know.
Yeah, that
Well, now they
kills.
got different flavor creamers now, like nutmeg and
Oh, I hate that.
French vanilla.
Foo-foo coffee.
Yeah, we had a place. One place I worked. There were a couple people like the what was the nut? What was that nut?
Hazelnut.
Hazelnut cream coffee, and I thought that was the most awful tasting stuff I had ever had in my life.
Yeah,
That
that's.
was,
I'm not a big fan.
Yeah.
I'm going to have foo-foo coffee, and I don't care what you think about it. I've got a whole pile of nice flavors over there, and I'm going to frost
Foo-foo
some
coffee
skim
is
milk.
nice for after dinner, but when you're the drone and Speedway in the morning on your way to freaking work with everybody, a foo-foo coffee just ain't gonna get it, man.
Besides, after dinner, you want to have a brandy or a, you know.
So, yeah, well,
Yeah.
I wish these people that send
How
QSL
about-
cards could write legibly because they want a card, but 0 4 or a 7. Jeepers crow.
What's up,
Oh,
Mal?
I was just saying, maybe you could do Irish coffee.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
okay.
there you go.
That's yeah.
I can't because I drive for a living.
Yeah.
So
Now you're making me think of Tennessee Steinmetz making it with a glazed metal pot and a welding torch.
there you go. There's nothing wrong with that.
What did I want? I wanted the milk. I am too young to not know what it was I was doing.
It's like at science fair time. There would always be somebody would have in high school would always do a electric hot dog cooker. So we were always cooking lots of hot dogs with nails and electricity. You know.
Oh yeah, speaking of science, I had a sad this morning. I was putting away the Instant Pot and accidentally knocked the measuring cup off the counter.
Oh.
Oops.
My 2-cup borosilicate Pyrex measuring cup that I've had for like 40 years.
Yeah. Okay, I got a conundrum here. So a guy sends me a QSL card that's not in my logbook. How is this possible?
Don't
Because
worry
the
about it.
computer takes the info right off of the thing. He's one of them guys that never, okay, it's an FT8 contact. He's one of them guys that never lets his computer send a 73 thing or whatever. So he just moves on to the next contact.
No log, no QSL, I think.
Morning, Jim.
I'm thinking,
Should be in your FT8 log though, probably.
not if he didn't let it go through the cycle.
Yeah, but it logs every. I think it logs every transaction. So.
It logs everything there, but
Yeah.
it could be that he's just a listener. I get several cards from people who say, I heard you.
Hmm.
They're
Oh,
not.
I guess there's that.
Is that Blackjack?
Say hi.
Hello.
Oh, everybody gets to live with mammals, and I don't.
There you go.
No, this is a QSO. Oh, look at the cat. I had one that looked similar to that. Name was Jazz. No, this guy. I have to do some research on that.
But this morning I went downstairs to open the back door, and we've got a bell. You ring the bell, and the cat will usually come. And not this morning. He wasn't getting out of his house. He says, "I'm not that hungry."
Cat has his own house.
Yes, he actually has 2, and but
Weird.
that's because we had more cats when we got the houses. But it's a 2-story thing. It's got a entrance on the bottom, and then there's a hole to get to the second floor. So it's totally out of the wind. It's insulated. It's got a little heater in it. I've got a temperature humidity sensor, and one of these days I'm going to put an extra Raspberry Pi I've got with a camera in there so I can tell when he's in there.
And air conditioning in the summertime.
No,
He's living
he's not
the
going to
life,
get that.
Yeah.
If it's too warm in the house, he can sit outside under a plant.
Humidity control.
No, doesn't get that
all
either.
that stuff.
Well,
I
you can
never
tell.
heard of
He got
that.
his own shower, I assume, right?
Yeah, you can tell when he's in it because the humidity tends to go up. And,
I never heard of such a thing for a cat. A dog, yeah, but not a cat.
Why not?
yeah.
if you like your cat, well, that's what you do, right?
Well,
Oh,
these
boy.
are, this was for cats that were feral cats that we adopted. So they did not live inside. We've had cats
Oh,
where
okay.
they lived inside, and you occasionally let them out because they like to go out sometimes. But this one lives outside, and he's not terribly feral anymore. He's pretty tame, and he comes in, and but he doesn't like to stay in a lot. He doesn't like to be in when it's light out. In the morning, he comes in and he gets some pets, and I'll usually put some food down inside, and he'd just as soon it be outside. And then eventually he'll go to the door and whine and figure he probably has to pee or something. So then I'll let him out, put the food dish out. And then once it's dark, he'll come in, and he comes in, and then he either wanders around a lot, or he just goes to this one chair that's become his chair and naps for a couple hours.
Huh. What's wrong with that?
But this cat he looked like he was the largest one, but he is just all fur. He's actually a tiny cat, and it's all fur. So he is made for winter, it just
Kind of like that commercial where the cat walks up to the camera and then sneezes and all the fur comes off. You see all this fur all over him. The cat walks away bald,
Well, I would imagine if this cat got wet, he would look tiny, But we've never seen him totally wet yet. But he does a good job keeping himself clean, though. So he likes to get now, especially in the later morning. He gets in the backyard and the sun shines on. We've got a gas grill out there with a black cover on it, and he gets up on top of that, and that's that black cover gets. I'm sure gets pretty warm in the sun.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
So
he'll sit up there.
I got idea. Now you have to buy him a little Tesla for cats. No?
Well, yeah,
It's called what do they call what's the name of that stupid vacuum robot? Roomba.
Yeah,
You see videos of
yeah,
the cats
the
riding
ride-
the Roombas.
It's like I was talking to Hap one time when I was in the car, and I go, gee, Hap, this might be the car that one day you'll be able to drive. Yeah,
There's that.
yeah.
Bill, I think you were talking, but you're muted in case you didn't know.
Uh-oh,
We got nothing.
There we go.
There you are.
That's a lot better.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
You got that mountain looks like a hat, It's a
You guys.
Yeah. Devil's Tower, baby.
Yeah, that looked like hat. In Turkey, they wear hats like that, sort of.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's some kind of cultural thing.
Yeah. I still got to figure out a good placement for the camera. No matter where I put it, it seems like I'm always looking up at it.
Well,
Well, I got mine just kind of relatively high, I think.
Yeah, I've got one. This is the screen up here over the radios, and it's so high. I'm always looking up. I've got to rebuild the shelves that it's under to be able to get the monitor down and
Yeah,
have room for stuff.
Just
around
leave
it.
that screen. Leave that screen. I
Yeah.
have a comment.
Yeah.
See, guys, that's how really amateur radio station look like. Look all these cables on the right side.
I know. I see that.
Yes.
That I
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to sleep at night. You
No.
just have,
Well,
I
that's
can't
all
do
the
it.
stuff in front of me. I've got the video switcher and
Oh no. no.
adapter
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
What's
I
that
don't-
red box over there?
This
what's
one here. This one.
Yeah.
That's a thing called a decimator. It converts any kind of video to any kind of video, and I use it with this. Whoops. To get the video coming out of the radio won't go into the other things I use, so I have to use one adapter that converts it to a thing called SDI, and then this red box will do scaling, so it'll convert HDMI to SDI, which is a BNC thing in the video world, and does do scaling, and it's kind of a Swiss Army knife of converting anything to anything.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Well, your desk reminds me of Hap's desk.
Yeah.
Oh,
Of course,
shit.
the
Yeah.
difference is that Hap doesn't notice that it's messy. It's
Right.
Uh-huh.
It's
Yeah,
like
there's,
it's.
there's my wild current state.
Oh, okay. So you got the monitor is way too high to nicely
Yeah.
do a.
Let's see. Let's show us the picture one more time. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so monitor's up there on the wall. Then I got the 2 clocks. For some unknown reason, it's the one is stopping on me. I got to figure that out.
Yeah. Aren't
But-
they supposed to point to the same minute?
Yeah, well, 6 hours apart. But this is the shelf is actually on the wall of the foundation. So
Yeah. What's that thing with the yellow and green button-like things next to the?
Scanner.
that's a scanner.
Oh, okay.
And then, of course, all the crap.
Yeah.
And
See,
then
that's a ham shack.
yeah, there's the new power supply running everything.
Ah.
Oh, good, good. Say, is there an easy way to operate a 7300 remotely?
Yes.
No,
Yeah. Two ways. You can get the ICOM software, and I think you need a PC locally and a PC remotely, or you can get the MFJ's RigPi station server, and then you can get to it with a browser. And
Yeah.
I've
got it here. I haven't actually set it up yet to try it, but
If you need any help, let me know. I'll experiment with you if you need someone to try getting to it.
oh, neat.
But how do you get around the problem with the routers blocking things?
open ports.
You can
Yeah.
open ports. Usually you can do a pinhole, they call it, through your router that gets it to a specific place.
Yeah.
There are other ways. Some things will talk out to something so that you don't have direct incoming traffic. But so like Echolink winds up doing that from a like an iPad. It's actually going through a proxy, so it doesn't have to. You don't have to open any ports for that.
That's
No, but if you
difficult.
want to do it on a
What's the
computer,
wrong
you
way?
got to open up ports.
Okay. And
Oh,
even
you need
this,
to-
even that's too
Hey.
messy for me. I don't know how you guys do it.
Unplug my.
I don't know. That looks pretty clean compared to mine.
Well, it is clean. The wife just scooped everything in a drawer all week while I was gone. So, when she scoops, it's
Yeah, but you see, you can't see all the crappy wires.
well.
Even I'm tired of all the wires. Oh, that looks
You
like
got
a
it.
familiar power supply. that a radio?
No, that's a radio. That's my Ten-Tec Corsair 2,
That's pretty
Oh.
nice radio. That is cool.
and those are the VHF UHF radios. And then over here is my Kenwood 590, my little lamp. It serves two purposes. I can hang my thing on it, and it's also a lamp. And I just acquired a new in the box.
Blind.
What do you call that radio? What is that? Oh, I'm gonna have to fix this in a minute. Omni 6, Ten-Tec Omni 6.
Oh,
is
that
what
that is awesome. That is a high-end radio.
it's new in the box. I outbid a guy for it the other day, and
That is dual receiver. That's
no, that's
it.
the Omni 7, I think. The Omni 6 is it looks just like that Corsair 2, but it's so
Are those HF radios or is that
yes,
HF,
they're
yes.
HF,
Yeah.
yes. Mhm.
HF?
But it's been sitting in a guy's closet for 20 years.
I was going to say, because they're not making radios anymore, are they?
No,
No,
they did. They came out with a new one in what 19, Omni 7 Plus. But this one was a.
I was thinking
silent
about
key.
Orion, and I was not thinking about
Yes,
Orion.
I had an Orion. I had an Orion
that
too.
that was a dual
Mhm.
receiver.
I had an Orion too, and I got rid of it because it was just too big for my desk. I acquired
wow.
it, and it was the guy didn't know what it was. I got it for a decent price, had to make a couple of repairs on it, but it was a beautiful radio. Other than the fact it was just about 40 pounds, and it was twice or 3 times the size of most HF radios.
Well, and what's wrong with that picture?
It just don't fit on my desk. Made me feel
Well,
Let's say make a new
claustrophobic.
desk. Come on, woodworker.
God.
I just sold the radio. I broke even on it, so I considered it a good deal.
Yeah.
I got to play with it for 6-8 months. It's a beautiful radio. It'll do anything. It'll probably make coffee if you knew how to set it up right.
That's dual receiver, and that's, and I mean, a lot of contesters. If you look SP7 GIQ, that he's running one of those.
Yeah.
Chris.
What
my
was
buddy
really
Chris.
neat about it is you could have 2 different antennas. You put a vertical on one and a horizontal on the other, and you could tune into the same frequency on both receivers, and you hit a button, and you could put like the vertical in one ear and the horizontal in the other ear, and you could hear the almost like a Doppler effect or time delay.
Yeah.
It was the strangest thing ever.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta put this camera back where it was. The wire all over the place is making me nutty. I can't do it, man. I don't know how.
Forgot
Which
what
is
you did.
and for years I had my ham shack had stuff everywhere, experiments and soldering irons. And, I mean, I just for years, and then one day.
Then you got married one day, right?
Well, there's that, but
Yeah.
but even I lived in my apartment over there, and I had, always had some kind of crystal radio or something in some sort of state of either building or disrepair. I had these couple of girls that I knew forever. They'd come, they needed money, and I needed somebody to clean my apartment. So I was like, all right, fine, we can do this. I'll just pay them.
Sorry, guys. Got to go for a phone call.
Yeah.
I might be back.
Take care, Mr. Bill.
Hi, Bill.
So, they cleaned it for years. They just didn't touch the radio room. But yeah, no, my wife, she likes it nice and neat.
Wow. I solved that. Well, she solved that problem for me.
Oh, this bird. I'm telling you, 50 more years of this, I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Yeah, there's the NAQP sideband contest today, and of course I'm trying to get the lowest score possible. I do so I'm going to try that. I keep on saying that I'm going to get a better antenna up, and I never do it, but I still enjoy messing with it.
So why did you ask about setting up 7300 remotely, Mel?
Oh, the reason I asked for that is the same reason that I would use someone else's radio that has a good antenna.
Oh, I see.
What's preventing you from having what you consider a good HF antenna?
I live on the first floor of an HOA.
Okay.
So, but there's no leaves on this tree, and the tree is about 100 feet away, and it's a nice tall tree. If I could just throw something over one of the limbs on that tree, and then I've got the wire for a random wire that's measured already at 148 feet. So I've got that cut already, and I'd love to get that up in that tree from my house. So it would be going up from about 8 feet to about 60 feet, and then back.
It will work just fine. And why you say for random wire you had to measure that wire? So
I was going to say that, George. Doesn't sound random.
You have to stay away from certain lengths.
A random wire cannot, if you want it to work right, cannot be at certain lengths. It
Okay, what
cannot-
lengths that's going to be?
Multiples of a
Well, no, I am not
wavelength.
asking you, Dave. I'm just shut up, man.
Oh wow.
Okay. well,
I
I'm
know
gonna
that you
get-
know.
This is getting violent, so I'm gonna get it off for now. I'll talk to you guys later.
No.
Have a nice one.
No, so why so what that's got to be? What length you got to stay away from?
Well, there's a bunch of different lengths that it should be. They have it calculated to stay away from full wave or half wave and or
Multiples of half wavelength. That's the answer.
absolutely.
Correct answer.
yes,
But it was close enough. No banana still, but it was close enough.
yeah, good.
Multiples of half wavelength, which will present very high impedance.
Yes, about that.
However, with multiples of half wavelengths, there is a big advantage also. You might try that. Okay, and advantage is that you don't need counterpoise, or not very much of it anyways, because that's mostly not mostly, but that's high voltage antenna, very low current antenna. So with that in mind, that losses are very, very small if you have less than ideal counterpoise system. So that probably would be an answer to your prayers. But not
only
random
assume.
wire, but half wavelength antenna, and that's going to work like, let's say you start with the 80, which would be 33 feet or something like that, and then that's going to work for 40, that's going to work for 20, and so on. So maybe that's your answer, but that's going to work. What you just described, that wire on the tree, that's going to work just awesome, man. I build antenna like that for Jim W JGH W9 JGH. No.
No, wrong Jim.
JGH. That's no JGH. That's not.
You didn't build any antenna.
Yeah.
You built a
W.
mount for an antenna mast.
Yeah, W9 GJG or whatever. That's Jimmy Zalumski. You know, and it works extremely well. He says he worked a lot of stations with that. And first one, we was on 80 meters. We talked to South Carolina on 100 meters, and guy says, "Holy macro!" He says that's 100 watts you have and fed antenna. He says you get big signal here in South Carolina. So
That's what I use. Or end-fed half wave
yeah.
for 80, and it
Yeah, and making that on for that's pretty simple actually. And there is plenty information on that on the internet. If you need to know how to make one, I can provide that information if you.
Yeah, I may give you a call today, George.
No problem.
Okay, I've got to go. It's time to get the station ready for the contest. So we'll talk to you in a bit.
Take care, my man.
Good luck in the contest.
Bye
Mel.
now.
Yep. Take care, Mel.
Good luck.
We'll see you.
Okay, bye-bye.
See you, Mel.
Oh, that was good. I had a good breakfast, a good coffee.
You're muted.
I'm muted.
No, not you, Evan.
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh,
now
hello,
we
Evan.
can.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, now we can hear you.
How's everybody doing?
Everybody's doing
yourself?
just wonderful. Still alive, still vertical, man.
Yeah.
That's good. I know it's been
politically polarized.
Yeah, well, I guess everything comes to light eventually, huh?
Yeah. When
Listen, let me ask you guys something. I know a lot of folks don't remember me, especially now that we, don't have breakfast anymore. But, I sent a check to join the club like in November. And I sent it to P.O. Box 388148, Chicago, Illinois 60638. And I'll be doggone. I don't know if anybody can. I don't think you see that. But
Yeah,
you know,
there was a problem with the post office box. It's been straightened out, so our apologies.
Yeah, I did that too.
On behalf of the club, but
yeah, my check got turned back to me too.
yeah,
So I sent it
Okay.
to Steve.
yeah. I'm not sure what happened with it. We probably didn't pay the fee or something.
We didn't
but,
pay for
yeah.
a PO box probably.
Yeah, yeah. But it's
Oh,
They got it fixed.
it's fixed. So
so just resend it.
please.
Okay, gotcha.
Ooh,
Okay.
here's
I haven't met you before.
What you thought that they don't want your membership or something?
Great things have happened.
Send,
But usually,
send money to me. I give you my address. I'll accept your membership. I'm okay with that.
a couple times, George, I tried to say hello to you on the air, and you were like, I don't remember you. And we went to the Forest Preserve, like I guess it's a couple years ago now.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, we went with Dick, and you guys were setting up some equipment, and it was a really nice experience.
Good.
Cool.
You know what the problem is? It's easy to take the test to be a ham, and memorize some answers, quite frankly.
But then what, right?
Yeah, but as far as actually doing it and operating has been very challenging.
It's just the beginning of a journey.
Depends on who
It's
you talk
fun.
to. John's not here.
Nice background.
He didn't.
Oh.
John never emailed me how his thing went last week, Kevin. I never heard from him because he was supposed to go out to the park in the afternoon and try his luck with something, and I haven't heard from him since.
I don't know. I think we used to have a saying in some seminars that I used to help run. People need to get over their BS, their belief systems.
Yeah,
because at some level, if you're really convinced that you can't make your antennas work and stuff, well, that's an easily fulfilled, self-fulfilling prophecy.
Dave, he didn't get out there last week.
Oh, he didn't. Okay.
Yeah, he was going to let me know, and I was going to listen for him, but he texted me and said there's some sort of family emergency, so didn't make it.
Everything's okay.
So he still hasn't made an HF contact.
So Jimmy,
We'll
let me ask you a question, Jimmy. So how do you compare your hex beam to other antennas that you've had? The reason why I'm asking, because I'm kind of closer and closer to making one. I just, once I'm gonna set up my mind, I just gonna make one. Because as you know, I don't buy antennas. I just make one.
Yeah, so I have the wire antenna and I have the hex beam, and I have put them side by side with the switch and compared them. The big advantage to the hex beam is it rejects all the noise in the back. So it's very directional, and that helps. You don't hear a whole bunch of other signals out there. As far as getting out, it gets out a little bit better, but not a huge difference.
Oh, wow. That's a surprise.
Yeah, I've made contacts on the hex beam and no problems. And then I've switched back to the wire and they say, yeah, it's a little bit better.
Well, but that's a surprise to me. That should be, significantly better. That should be them, I don't know, 2S units or something like that.
My wire is horizontal and so is the hex beam. Now, compared to the vertical, it makes a big difference, but there's stations I can't get on the vertical that I can get on the hex easily, and vice versa. There's stations that I can't get on the hex, but the vertical picks it right up. So I don't know. I like it. It's great. It works well. I think I need to get it a little bit higher in the air to make it more effective. But
how high is it?
It's about 15 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, then.
Hey, Jim, I have a question. Have you ever tried using a loop? antenna?
No, I've never tried a loop. I was considering one for a long time, but I've never tried it, so I don't have any personal experience with it.
They're awesome,
Yeah.
Scott. They're awesome.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people like them, and they work.
Well,
There's
here's
one
the
right
biggest
behind me.
the biggest advantage I found is that the signal to noise ratio is where you I don't know whether it out talks or has dB gain or whatever, but you can just hear better and it's easier to listen to because there's not as much noise. It's
It's got a very, very narrow bandwidth.
It's got narrow bandwidth and it's more immune to near field near E field interference.
Oh, we're talking about two different kind of loops. I was talking about a sky loop. I think you're
Yeah,
talking
not
about a
the,
magnetic loop.
Magnetic loop, yeah.
Okay, I'm
Oh
sorry.
yeah, but anything that couples magnetically to the EM wave is going to be more resistant to local E field problems.
So talking about
Oh,
talking
there's
about
the fancy
Kenwood,
new radio.
talking about Kenwood, Jimmy.
That's got a
Yeah,
lot of
thanks.
buttons and a
It
big knob.
does.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. You know, that's what you want, doesn't it?
I'm waiting for George
Yeah.
to sell it so he can tell us what he really thinks about it.
Right.
No, I'm
It's a
happy with the
beautiful
ICOM.
radio.
I'm very happy with the ICOM.
Which
yeah.
ICOM do you got, Jim? The 7300?
7610, 7610.
Oh,
I have
I'm
a
sure
70
that you're happy with the ICOM. This as was just here. And here is a little helper.
the helper.
So I got a question. People who have these kinds of arrangements, you know, you've got a shelf and you've got a radio with, you know, maybe half an inch clearance above it, or that's an amp, right? So the question I have is if everything's so tightly put into a shelf, how's the ventilation for the equipment?
There is ventilation from the back. There is nothing, no ventilation on the top.
Where the
Oh,
heat
okay.
sink is, there's no.
There is that thing is open, wide open. There is no heat sink.
Oh, okay. So they're dumping their heat out the back because, for instance, when I put together my entertainment system, I made sure to leave like 3.5, 4 inches above the AV receiver because the top is entirely perforated, and obviously that's where the heat's supposed to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to keep
LP100?
not block that kind of thing.
And here is LP100.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's my next investment.
Yeah, Rayhan LP100. Already saved my amp once.
Did it?
I'll tell you a story. Here is a switch for 3 different microphones. Okay, so I can switch just A, B, or C, and that's going to be 3 different microphones to the same radio. That's a Korean made called KDS, Kilo Delta Sierra. Was brought to me from straight from Seoul. A friend of mine was flying for Korea at that time. Here is my rotator, which is biggest Yaesu rotator you can buy. Here's some of my books, that's why I pray, like I'm so smart, but actually I'm looking up the books. Okay.
Oh no, that's a great kind of intelligence because
Yep.
I was a junior librarian when I was in high school, and knowing how to find the information is even better than just knowing all the information.
Yeah, here is one, and there is a setup of 2 monitors. They're all, I think, 24-inch monitors. Okay, on the top there was a lot larger collection of the microphones. Right now there's just 3 of them. These are my speakers for my computer. On the floor,
Nice
there
setup
is
there.
on the floor there is my computer, which I pulled from I built from parts which was given me from work. i7 quad core.
Wow.
Yeah. And here it is my Hold on. My HF station. Okay, well, we don't want that, so we're gonna mute that. So that's TV set. Actually, it is working, Dick. Yes, it is.
Oh, good.
Wasn't just was sitting for a long time, and when a couple of weeks ago, I said, no, that's a joke. I gotta get this thing going. And so it works. Here is my UHF VHF station. That's my 220 set up with separate power supply. In a center, that's my digital mobile radio, dual band, dual channel.
The 400, that ICOM 400 thing.
No, that's just hotspot.
Oh, okay.
Just hotspot. That's here. That's my
there it is.
2 meter 440. Okay, that's old, very old. What's his name? Standard 5608 DA. Okay, here is some more junk, including Bird 43. Here is my shoes and
All ready for winter time.
Yeah, ready. And my cubicle quad for 220. Actually, I gotta finish that project because I built 3 of them, and I got all components really. So just so that's about it, guys.
Very nice tour.
Yeah, it is.
So
The ladder
and
line.
here,
huh?
or here is my my microphone set up. So this is the clamp for my microphone setup I built because one which Mr. Heil sells, that's a joke.
Tim, weren't you the one that used a pipe thing to your desk for your?
Or just you mean
Somebody showed me
I
one
did.
that was like,
That's me. I did it.
yeah,
Where my boom is.
yep.
yeah. So I build this. Hold on. I build that clamp, and that's all powder coated, and I mean, I'm sure not only microphone I can hang from it, but I can hang myself from it, and still that wouldn't break. I'm absolutely sure. I'm absolutely sure of that. Really, that's like 3/4 thick aluminum. So how can that break? And that's about it.
That ladder line in the back, that's an N9TAX antenna, right? Over by your UHF VHF hanging on the wall.
Yeah. Well, this on the wall, yeah. That's what I'm using for my where the heck
20
is-
or I mean a dual band.
yeah, that's what I'm using for my. No, that's for 220. That's antenna for my
Oh.
220.
Okay.
Those are great antennas, by the way. And
J-poles.
I mean, they
or
work
something?
pretty well, and especially if you're traveling, you can roll them up and throw them in a
Yeah,
bag
it's-
and
let
hang
me-
them
let
up
me-
in your hotel room.
Let me put it to you this way: I made several of them for. I made several different antennas for the club members. Not. I was selling them very reasonably, which was giving away. Dig donate the ladder line for very reasonable.
Oh, you made
price.
that one. Okay,
For
cool.
very reasonable price. What do you mean? You thought that I bought that?
Yeah, George.
I bought
Wow.
mine, George.
Antenna?
I'm not as handy as you are, and I don't know
Wow.
how to do the calculations.
He tried to offend me now. No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't buy antennas.
No,
I just-
George, wait. I made a mistake. I'll own that.
Okay.
If I was trying to offend you, Dick would be throwing me off the chat. Okay, because when I aim that gun, I don't miss. And I don't like using it. So
Does anybody need any UHF or VHF antennas? I have 440, a 220 or two 220s, and a 1 2-meter VHF antenna that I'm not going to use, that are just sitting here. I didn't make any of them. I acquired them. One of them is I bought it because the guy makes them for like his Girl Scouts or whatever troop. Okay, they make them, and so I'm like, all right, fine. I can donate $25 for this. That's fine. I bought it. It works. I also have that guy in Wisconsin that makes them. What's his name? Out of
VBR, K9 VBR, or whatever.
Yeah,
Makes
something like that.
The plumbing guy. The plumbing.
Yeah, I've got all 3 of the antennas from him. They're mono band.
The J Pulse you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, 2 of them are J poles. One of them's a Slim Jim, I think. But yeah, so if you know or hear of anybody that needs an antenna to get started or whatever, I have some.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of looking for homes for things, I wound up buying a 6 unit, 19-inch hang on the wall rack with door, and it didn't quite work out for what I wanted it for. And anybody interested in a small rack cabinet? The price is free if you haul it away.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, just come get it. That's all you got to do. Yeah.
But the good news in it's actually, well, it's made in China, but it's from a company that's in the suburbs here somewhere. I got it through Amazon, but it's bolted together. So those 2 side panels are welded, but the rest of it's bolted together. And they make larger size ones, floor standing ones. And when it comes time to replace the rack on the repeater, I think I found what will work there, because getting a full size rack cabinet up the spiral staircase is kind of impossible. And the small Motorola rack that we've got up there has no room for anything else. And they actually had to bend that to get it up the spiral staircase. But now I found one that we'll be able to bring up in pieces,
Well, either that, or we'll just design one with the 8020, and I will just fabricate one. I mean,
yeah, but this may be a little easier.
If we can, of course, if we can buy commercially made one, that's always easiest.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, try to buy commercially made bracket for 2 radios for your Tesla.
Yeah.
I think that wouldn't be very easy to do.
No, not at all.
So,
hey, Dick.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. When we went out to the Forest Preserve back when, you were doing FT8. Are you still involved?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I just was running it a minute ago on 15 meters, trying to get a guy in Greenland, which I was not successful at.
I found I had a gentleman that came over and helped me set up my system, and we got, I was able to see through the internet, that I was getting out. However, later on, I came to use my computer for some other things. And do I need to set up separate users on my computer so that I don't screw up any of the audio settings?
No.
No.
But there are things that were.
Hi, April.
Oh, there's. Hi. Where she's at.
Hello, April.
There she is.
Hi, April.
There she is. How come we're not switching to? Should be switching to us.
There.
Once we're talking. There we go.
Hello.
No, you shouldn't have to do that. However, once you is this a Windows computer or Mac?
Linux.
Linux. Okay. Once you like, if it's taking the, and I don't know a lot about audio on Linux, but your WSJT software looks like a microphone and looks like a speaker or output device to the computer. And once you've got that there, if you're using audio for other things, you may need to redirect the audio. And I don't know what application you do that with on Linux. I haven't done enough of that, but it's very likely you might have to switch something. And if you get it wrong, one of the things I find on my Macs, especially, sometimes it defaults back to standard input, standard out. And when it uses standard input, it's listening on the microphone. And if you turn up the speaker on the radio, it will actually receive using the microphone. And then when you go to transmit, if you hear beeps, it means you haven't made the WSJT software the sound output device. And
Okay.
but I'm not sure how you set Linux output devices. I just because I don't know doesn't mean that it's difficult or anything. I just haven't done audio much on, and I did do WSJT on a couple of Raspberry Pis, and it just worked, but I wasn't doing anything else with them, so I wouldn't have noticed if you couldn't listen to whatever you listen to, music or something.
So wouldn't that be kind of cool for him to use Raspberry Pi just for FT8 separately to his computer?
You could, then you have to switch the monitor and keyboard and that
Yeah, that's
may
true.
get a little bit involved,
Yeah.
I'm setting up something like that for portable.
Yeah. Now the computer I'm using for this is a MacBook, and then I've got a Mac Mini that I just dedicate for the computer or for the radio stuff,
Okay.
and then numerous other computers that may occasionally get set up for various stuff. But their computers kind of grow once you get one, they seem to spread and they seem to.
Hey guys, I got to run. I got to go get my mop cut. It's hard to get an appointment to get in there, so I don't want to miss it. Also, Dick, did you know that WSJTX has a new release December 30?
Oh, they do?
I knew there was a new. Is that the 2.4 one or just the newer RC?
This is just the newer. This was a bug correction release.
Yeah, I've got the RC. I had RC2. I got RC3 yesterday, or thereabouts.
Well, I just upgraded a couple of weeks ago to their December 30 release because it's a bug correction.
Yeah, it's always good to do. It's
Yep.
What
So,
have we got here?
see you guys. I'm gonna
Alrighty,
Take care, Jimmy.
Wish I had a.
Take care, Jim.
give our best to Dawn, and
Yeah, I say hi to Don.
We'll do that. Bye now.
Take care,
Okay.
Jimmy.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to
All
say hello to you, and I'm sorry I was late. I know.
no,
I
there
feel-
is no fixed times here.
No
We're,
fixed time here.
yeah.
You come anytime and leave anytime.
yep,
That's just
yeah.
kind of how it works, you
Yeah.
know.
Just
I
like
don't know.
it comes.
Only thing we don't like about you, then we don't see you very often. So
Yeah,
if you could come a little bit more often, that would be we would like you a lot more probably.
Yeah.
You know, so you can
No,
still
nobody-
fix that.
I thought the restaurant was closed down.
Oh, the
Pardon?
restaurant.
Oh, well, restaurant, but
The
here
restaurant's
on the-
the restaurant is open, but has
but
been
we don't-
open.
yeah, but we.
But
don't
I'm not going to go there. I'm not.
No way.
Right, it's
Yeah.
not safe.
It's like
No way.
hearing Jim say he was going to go to a barber. I wouldn't go to a barber at this point. It's
Oh, I
like,
wouldn't
not
either.
yet.
No way.
as
No
as
way.
this stuff gets to the nearer to the end than the beginning, I don't. I'm so paranoid now. It's like I don't want to be the guy who gets killed the last week of World War II.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
I go to Sport Clips. I have to. There's no way. This one over here in Lockport's never busy. Like yesterday there was a waiting line, so I didn't go. But usually it's about 2:00 in the afternoon. You zip in. You're the only person there, and zip out. So
I got better recipe for that. And the recipe
Floby?
is,
Teresa?
recipe is Teresa, yeah.
Yeah.
and my wall clipper, which is
Yeah.
we at the one time we built a machine for wall, and the shop was full of these wall clippers. I think that's gonna be my Christmas bonus. So I grabbed one. I just grabbed one.
I mean, if you live with anybody else, back when I was married, Carol and I taught ourselves to cut hair. And we used to give each other haircuts and the kids haircuts. Doing a layered cut is not that difficult. The real trick is you have to get real barber shears, which are serrated so the hair doesn't slip out when you close the blades.
Right.
Well, April, we had our cleaning lady who also does hair did mine last summer, and then in the fall, April dug out the wall clippers and we sat outside in the backyard, and she did a pretty good job, So it was But it's
I mean,
the fact is,
again.
If your hair is too long and you just want it shorter, it's like we're in the middle of an epidemic. Who else is going to see you? By the time we're vaccinated and together, you'll be getting a regular haircut.
I don't care how that look. I absolutely don't.
Yeah.
See you later, guys.
All right, man.
Okay.
All right, Evan.
Nice
Take
to meet
care.
you.
Thanks for coming.
Nice to meet you, Evan. Hope we see you
Nice.
soon.
So hope to see you a little better, more often, buddy.
Yeah.
Sir, I listen to you in the morning sometimes too when you're going to work, George.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, we'll take
Cool.
care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm figuring out my Nano VNA.
They're kind of fun. They're
I put it in SWR mode and calibrated it and saved the calibration with the settings to basically, so it defaults to 1.6 to 30 megahertz when it comes up, because that's the part I'm really interested in. But this will make a really nice teensy little antenna tuner compared to I almost like it better than the Rig Expert.
Really?
Yeah, it's a lot better at showing what's going on in real time. When you're trying to tune a mag loop that has a gear motor, you kind of want to see where the resonance is moving to.
Okay.
Right, because you want to get it. You need to move the control box has speed adjustments, and you kind of want to go fast to
Get close.
to get to the band, right? Because
Right.
it actually, you hold down the button and it'll actually take it like on fast, it'll take it like 15-20 seconds to get from 10 meters to 40 meters, right?
So
and then you slow it down and zoom in, and it's a gear motor with speed reduction on it, so you can
Like a
get it,
stepper motor or
right
something?
on.
No, gear motor with the step reduction. That's just
It's
regular
it's a regular DC
DC.
brushless motor with a lot of gears on it, so it can be really
So
precise.
why don't you use a stepper?
I wish I did. The 80-meter loop in the living room has a stepper. W0AXR gave me this. It was something he threw together from parts he had laying around. I don't want to. I'd like to put a stepper in, but I don't know if I have the mechanical wherewithal right now. But I also don't want to mess with it because it performs better than it should. And so there's something got done right, and I don't want to tinker with it. Like the circumference of the loop might be just exactly right or something like that. So I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah, but if you're
If
not
ain't
gonna
broke,
mess
don't
it up,
fix it.
you're not gonna mess it up if you're gonna put stepper instead of.
Oh, I know, but I would have to figure out how to attach the stepper to the large gear on the end of the cap and stuff like that.
You
I'm not
got
that-
3D
as-
printer, don't you? You said you got 3D printer.
Oh, I know. I'm just not that handy. I'm getting there, right? 3D printer thing right now is my dimensionality is a little bit off. So I'm trying to make this whole plate have holes that are actually, correct millimeter sizes. So I got some calibration to do.
Oh.
It's like ham radio. It's something you tinker with until it works. But this Nano VNA
get
is
it.
really nice because I can see that I've got 1.23 SWR. It's at 74 kilohertz, and it's this tiny little box the size of a small deck of playing cards.
Yeah, I think Dick or George brought one to the breakfast one time and was messing around with it.
Yeah, but you can see the SWR curve in better real time than the
Oh yeah.
the rig expert does.
Mm,
Yeah,
Actually, nah, that's not true statement because you can actually with a rig expert you can put the rig expert in continuous mode, so that's gonna just keep on sampling, and you can see where your SWR will be at a given frequency.
Yeah, but this thing, the rig expert takes a couple of seconds to do a sweep. But if I take this thing, I mean, this thing is doing entire sweeps in maybe two or three per second.
Yeah.
Huh.
And it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to visualize.
So
Plus, I need to teach
yeah.
myself about the other parameters it can
Oh
show
yeah,
me
yeah,
about the
that's
antenna.
kind of nice. That's a cool thing. Yeah, that nano VNA, no question about it. And so you just kind of parallel that nano VNA, and you just switching to nano VNA, tune your antenna, and then you're switching to the radio, right? So you got like
Yeah, I have a switch in front of the Yaesu. I'm playing with the IC705. So I just put a BNC adapter on the Nano VNA. BNC is easy to connect and disconnect. So
yeah, are you aware of the fact that when you're transmitting with nano VNA, not much will happen, but when you flip switch to transmit on your radio,
yeah,
that can kind of kill your nano VNA really quick, because leakage inside of that switch is big enough to kill input of your nano VNA. And the way that should be done with the two separate channels, sort of speaking, or even like two separate switches, that you just not one AB, because then you still have
put a switch I can open in line
right,
with the analyzer.
right, yeah, right. So that.
But on the other hand, for this application, this is my switch. I disconnect the VNC from the antenna entirely. So
could be
There you
done
go.
on something as simple as this, which is
Yeah.
for that's just
like
for
a Pi
relay.
head or something.
No,
Arduino.
that's a for relay board, which
Mhm.
you can purchase that, and these are opto isolators, these little ICs which you see on the top. Okay,
Yeah.
these are opto isolators, and if in ideal situation, if you have a two mono channels, just one single channel, you put them in shielded box, and then you're not going to leak very much from one channel to the other. The other way of doing it is there are high grade switches, RF switches, which got like huge isolation between the channels and so on. But be aware of that you can kill your radio by doing that. I mean, probably radio not, because the nano VNA not going to give you enough signal to kill your radio.
But you can kill
but
Nano VNA.
You kill VNA really quick.
Yeah. Well, so far I'm totally disconnecting it from whatever I'm testing, so it should be pretty safe.
Yeah.
If I was really paranoid, I'd go get the shorting thing and put it on the Nano VNAs.
Yeah. So that's how that should be done. You disconnect nano VNA and shorten that coax which goes to nano VNA.
Right. Yeah. So it won't pick up anything.
Yeah.
But like I said, this is for field use, and the switch is probably going to be physically attaching the cable to the VNA.
Look who's here coming.
Let's see.
Old spouse.
Oh, yep. It's John. It's afternoon, so he can be here.
Hey,
I'm
John,
actually at the point where I like you enough that I'm going to tease you, John. I hope it's okay.
He's muted.
All of you
He's
guys
not
have
talking.
spouses.
There we go. Good morning.
No,
Good morning. What's the shirt say? This is what?
this old spouse.
Ah, okay. This old spouse. That's pretty cool.
how's
Got the
Laura?
logo thingy on there. Yeah. Anyway,
How's Laura doing?
doing okay. She'll be joining us shortly, I think.
Good.
How's everybody else?
Good here.
Good to be home.
Yeah, it's always nice.
Tomorrow night I leave again.
So what's the,
You
what's
know,
the, go ahead, Kevin. Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm actually liking it so much being home alone that I'm starting to wonder if I'm ever going to see people in person again.
It's like the new norm, right? And it's like not that bad.
Well, when you all say, "Well, I do this," except for you know the my wife would disapprove. It's like, well, actually, I had a wife who disapproved strongly of just about
There she
me in
is.
general, and she did me. I mean, she decided that she didn't want to be married to me anymore about 22 years ago. So,
There's a lot
but
of that
yeah,
going
it's
around.
sort of like it's sort of like my friend Scott W0AXR has housemates, and they're like making a racket, and he's mildly annoyed and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, it's pretty lonely over here, but I don't have that problem.
Yeah, April shortly after she had moved in, she was making some noise, and I was talking to my mother on the phone, and my mother goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have company?" And I said, "Well, April's here, but she's not company anymore."
That's cool.
My mom goes, "Oh."
Aha!
What's been going on, John?
Oh, same old shit.
How's the continuing saga of?
Well,
Here we go.
I haven't put the antenna up since we've been back.
Well, in that case, go back to your eating. Who can?
Yeah,
What antenna are we talking about?
the Alpha.
Okay.
Are you guys back home or still in Monticello?
No, we're at home.
You're home.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I was hoping. I was hoping you weren't lugging the old iMac back and forth.
We actually thought about that. I mean, I think I got a suitcase that'll fit it.
Oh my goodness! I had a boss at a small electronics company that I worked at for a summer or so. And he actually went back and forth to Florida, and he put his Heathkit H89 in a suitcase and checked it. Still worked. Had a crack in the case. And then I was allowed to go in there and play games on it at night. And what I would do is my friend and I would be playing this adventure game on the H89, and we'd put a detuned AM radio next to it, and we would know that the monsters were coming because we could hear the changes in the noise from the.
Oh man.
There was a guy had a music player that worked that way. You'd put an AM radio next to the computer, and it figured out how to. This was back when there weren't operating systems and that, and it would the RF interference from the computer. They could play music on the radio.
I think they did something like that with the PDP-1, which was pretty incredible because that's where Space War came from. Was the PDP-1 had a vector display.
Oh, neat.
And that was the game that eventually became the arcade game Asteroids. But like Space War was like, I'll have to look it up, but it was in the early 60s. PDP-1s, that was the first mini computer that DEC made.
How's things, Laura?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm glad that there is no place like home. There really is not. This hotel living is for the frickin' birds. As nice as them people are, it ain't home.
Oh, I hear that.
And to me,
Space War was 1962, by the way.
to me, all hotels are dirty. I don't care how clean they are because somebody slept in that bed last night.
Well, that
So
might be the case, but
that's kind of how I feel about hotels.
it beats sleeping on
Well,
the floor.
the reason the sheets are white is so that they can bleach the ever living whatever out of them.
Mhm.
That's right.
Still, I think that this are,
Yeah, but
as much time as I spend in hotels in my life, I'm sorry, they
So that
especially in Asia, they will serve you and open up door for you and all that bullshit. I don't. They want to take your luggage, so you're like I can't carry my luggage.
I've never been to a hotel where they cart your luggage for you, but they this is your average everyday affordable hotel where they're putting us up at. And I like the Holiday Inn better because they have like real thick bacon in the morning, but they put us up at the Best Western, which is a lot quieter, and they don't have breakfast. So what are you gonna do?
Well, you got a point there.
I used to stay at one in Malvern, Pennsylvania. That when I'd get out there, we had meetings like every 6 weeks, and this place they had a nice breakfast that was included with it, and they had a van that take you around. So they picked me up at the train. They dropped me off at the office, and someone would give me a ride, and didn't have to screw around renting a car. And
nice.
It was pretty nice.
Yeah.
And the train ride was always kind of fun once I figured out the right route to take. And
that's one thing I told the wife we're going to do. We're going to get on a train and go from here to the West Coast and back one of these months.
Oh, do it.
Oh, the Empire Builder should be nice.
The Empire Builder is nice. The California Zephyr that goes through the Sierra Nevadas. Oh, that is. But do the Empire Builder first, because that's beautiful, and then next trip do the California Zephyr, because that's even better. And
I recommend at least getting a roomette, because that gets so it looks expensive, but think about it in terms of being in a hotel and realize that if you have first class accommodations, which means at least a roomette or larger, that all of your meals are included in that price. All your meals in the dining car. I hope it's as good as it used to be, because I had the most fantastic food on the city of New Orleans.
Yeah,
on that. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I've been on. It's been a couple of years now, since I've been working. But then I would take the Capital Limited to Washington, and then there was a bunch of nice restaurants in the Washington train station, and I'd have a nice meal, and then take the Northeast Corridor train up to Philly. And coming back, I found a nice little bar restaurant in the Philadelphia train station that served really good venison burgers.
Ooh!
And so I would go there, get a venison burger and a bottle of Yingling, and
oh wow!
And
oh
then,
dear, would I want a venison burger?
And then take the Northeast Corridor train down to Washington and back, and that was pretty nice.
When I went to New York a few years ago, my wife, she goes out there once a year, I guess, maybe sometimes. I went to the train station that you see in all the movies at Grand Central, and you stand up there when you walk in and you're looking down over the whole thing, and you stand there in awe of the this is the way I am anyway. I stand there and I think of the history of all the people that used to come through here with, they're carrying their bag and they're going somewhere, and you think everybody famous you ever heard about, and more people than you didn't, they're going to visit family or whatever, and this thing has been around forever, and you just that's that kind of stuff. Just it's like when I was on the USS Intrepid. You walk in there and you think about all the GIs that were running back and forth on his ship when it was in World War II. And it's like, I don't know. That's the way I am. When I set foot somewhere, it's like the hair on your neck stands up thinking about all that kind of crap.
Check this one. I just sent the link, Dave. Check this. This was where we were staying in Malaysia.
Yeah. See, I'd be scared something would break when I walk in there.
Yeah,
I have this voice in my head. It's called my mom. Don't touch anything. That's
yeah. See, and that's one.
yeah. I was that
and
kid.
and Union Station in Chicago even more than Grand Central, because anytime you were traveling any place, you went through Chicago. You know?
Right. I went
Yeah.
there. I went
Yeah.
and took the train out to Akron one time. My dad
Nice
took me,
town.
and yeah. So I jumped on the train here in Joliet, I think it was,
Nice
and it
town.
took me to LaSalle Street, and then you walk over to Union, and I jumped on that, and it was the same way, you know, track so and so, and then you walk down the stairs, and the trains are like, and it's like this is the coolest thing ever, because I love trains anyway.
And when you're flying, when you're taking the train for the company, everything except the ticket shows, when you have accommodations, it shows it as first class. But the ticket, the thing you have to turn into the travel department at work, never ever says first class.
Well, they're not dumb.
Because those guys are paranoid about not letting you fly first class.
Right.
And if you had a train thing, you know, they don't understand trains anyway, you know, so that they have no idea what it costs. They have no idea how it works. You have to be real careful if you have a travel agent who's going to make hotel reservations for you when you're going to the West Coast, because they will very often make the hotel reservation for the day the train left. And of course, it doesn't get there for 2 more days. In the meantime,
I want to go to Laurel, Mississippi. Okay. But I don't want to spend 12 hours driving down there and 12 hours driving back. So I thought, well, you know, Amtrak goes through there, but it takes like 2 days to get there with Amtrak.
how would you get there on Amtrak? You go through.
You got to go to New Orleans, I think, first, and then
New
come
Orleans.
back up.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. And it takes like a day and a half. And
Going to
it's like,
where?
Laurel, Mississippi.
Oh,
I want to go there and check out this little town. I think I want to buy a house down there. But
why would you come back up?
And you know what's nice about the trains? Unlike HF, it actually works.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
There isn't nothing you can't compare to HF, is there?
Well,
yeah, I
nothing
mean,
that works really. I mean,
either you can compare HF against something that doesn't work, or you can contrast it with something that does. In which case, you can compare it to anything. You know?
We had this poor lad on the net last night. He's been a ham for, I think, like 6 months. I forget the call sign, and he's got his general, and he's talking up digital and talking up HF, and I'm like, ha ha ha.
Oh man, he just don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
He doesn't know John.
Oh yeah. Well, towards the end, I kind of told him, I says, you know, the digital, you know, I don't know why anybody's doing digital at a FT8 and JT. B
I like
and
it actually. I'm getting better at it.
I got this thing, and I can send text messages anytime I want. I don't have to hook up a battery or use 100 watts to talk a mile away. You know what I mean?
Oh wow! You've had your coffee then.
Yeah. I got to watch the sleeping bag, man. I brought this thing in from the car, and I thought, you know, maybe for winter field day, I'll just kind of air it out in the basement. Every time I walk by, my nose hairs curl. So yeah, I think it's time. I think it's been through 2 summer field days and at least 2 winter field days and a couple of assorted other trips. Yeah, it's time to give it the old wash here. I'm thinking.
Oh, I remember the sleeping bag I went to the golf with.
You're supposed to air out your sleeping bag right after you use it, not after it ferments.
Yeah, I know. And, you know, it sits in the car so nice, I keep forgetting about it. Let's put it this way. The last time this bag was washed, Laura, myself, no, it was Laura, Kathy, and myself took it over to that world's largest laundromat on Cermak. So Kathy died in 2018. So it's been, yeah.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Well, I can't. I tell you what. I had my sleeping bag. Let's see. I come back from the Gulf in 1990, and I think the next time I went to use it was about 2000, and it had been rolled up ever since. You know, and well, they're the Army sleeping bag. They wouldn't have issued me in '84, so. You know, you just roll it up and you air it out every day. The way you make your bunk up and stuff. You know, it's sort of like a self-cleaning oven. So but then now they as long about then somebody told me they said it smelled really bad. I need to get it washed. Well, you can't just wash a down sleeping bag.
No.
Okay. Well, then they introduced me to this machine. It actually, you just rip a little thing open, this little I think she was a little Korean laundromat lady, and you rip the thing open and put it on there, and you rip the other side open and you put it on there, and it cycles the feathers out, washes them, and puts them back. Yeah, it was like
that's cool.
60 or 70 bucks, but man, and while the feathers are in there, then you take what's left and throw it in the washer, and man, it was like brand new when it come out of there, all nice and fluffy, and it, you know, I was like, wow, where was this thing 20 years ago? So they do have a thing. If you have a down one, they can take the feathers out and put them back.
So, John, I just posted a link to the CBS story about Fanny's reopening.
Ooh,
yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
I think we'll have to go there.
Yeah, the Big League Burger across Irving Park opened up last Tuesday, and they supposedly had online ordering that didn't work. So I called them, and they took the order and said it'd be 20 minutes, and I went over there, and they had lost the order, and there were people. They have a bar now, so there were people at the sitting at the bar without masks, people sitting at the inside tables without masks, and I go, no.
Yeah.
You know, I don't. This is, as we get to the end here, it's like I don't want to be the guy who dies the last day of the war.
You know, I go to Indiana every week, and I've been down there for the last 2 weeks. And like I told you, the first week it was like nothing ever happened down there. I was the only guy wearing a mask when I went to Rural King and when I go to Kroger's and stuff like that, right? So I went to Kroger again Thursday, which would have been a week and a half later. I went in there. Oh, they got some good rotisserie chicken, you know. So I go in there, and now it's like everybody is wearing a mask, even in the parking lot. I'm like,
well, they got the rate per 100,000 in Illinois is like 50, and the rate in Indiana is like 90. You know, it's like twice as many people getting sick there. I wonder why. You know.
Well, here's the thing. We were there for a month, and I didn't go to Walmart. I didn't go to Kroger. I didn't go into a gas station. I'm trying to think where the hell I did go in, and I can't remember anything offhand. Didn't go to the hardware store.
I went into the Walgreens.
You went into Walgreens. I went into, I talked to a cop, and we talked to 3 people that dropped off stuff from Instacart, and they were all masked up. So the question came in that, you know how the Chicago's got the quarantine if you're coming in from a COVID hotspot. Now, my question is, if you're essentially in quarantine in the hotspot, which is like Indiana, we were having contact with nobody. So we were essentially quarantining there. If you're quarantined in the hotspot, do you have to quarantine when you come back from the hotspot?
It'd be a good idea.
Well, that would mean that you're spending 2 weeks in quarantine to spend 2 weeks in quarantine.
Yeah.
That's a month.
The way I see it, you got hotspots everywhere, which makes the entire country a hotspot right now.
Yeah, but I mean,
especially with the variant coming in, two variants now.
No, but what I'm saying is that if I am in a geographic location that happens to be a hotspot, and I'm having contact with no one, I mean, COVID ain't in the woods. It ain't on a bridge. It ain't in the river. It's not on the sidewalk.
As long as you can do it without having to buy gas, I guess. At the...
I did that very judiciously and very late at night.
Good.
And again,
that's another benefit of a Tesla. In addition to not buying gas, listening to the stupid advertisements they blare at you from the gas pump.
My God.
You just never have to go to a gas pump, you know.
Hey, Dick.
Yeah.
who the hell is this?
Teslas, do they have like solar panels now where you can charge using solar? Have you thought about it?
Not very practical.
Not practical, but just enough to keep it going longer.
No, not that
Would be
we
a
go
lot
on
of
top of it.
amperage.
But there is a new 3-wheel car, the Akimoto, I think it's called, that has solar panels on it, and it's so efficient that you could, if you live in California or Australia or someplace where you get a lot of good sun, you could go about 40 miles a day and never have to charge it.
Wow. There you go.
Yeah. Now,
Just as long. Sorry.
Supposedly the Cybertruck that's coming from Tesla, they were talking about that they were looking to do optional solar panels on that, and it was supposed to give you in good sunny conditions about 15 miles a day extra, which it adds up. If you're paying 20 cents a kilowatt hour for electricity,
right?
At the chargers, and if you live someplace where there's a lot of sun and you don't necessarily have to go there today, you live in Africa where they're probably a little more laid back. When the car needs a charge and you want to go someplace, well, you go tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, it's 15 miles. You don't have to walk.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
That's quite a distance.
Yeah. So that's and they're getting more efficient. The Sandy Monroe, the audio consultant that I watch a lot, he had years ago he had talked to a fellow who supposedly had invented photovoltaic paint, and he started talking to the guy, and then the guy wound up committing suicide, and no one knows what happened to the product.
It might be difficult to get enough energy from a panel on the car to keep up with the car's energy consumption in real time.
Yeah, the only thing that can do it, I think, is this Akimoto, and it's going to give you 40 miles for a day's worth of charging. But if you're a mile short of the charge pump,
yeah,
sort of sucks.
Yeah, well, and you can just stay in the sun and have lunch. Then maybe you get enough to go to the charger.
So if the average solar energy at sea level is 1,000 watts per square meter, solar cells are not that efficient.
They're supposedly up around 20%, something like that.
Yeah, so that's
a lot of room to grow. It's a lot of.
Yeah, but that's like 200 watts per square meter of usable energy, which is not gonna run a car in real time.
No.
Even if you covered the entire upper surface of the car with solar cells,
But,
unless it was one of those really experimental thingies they did for one of those weird races.
Yeah, but the thing is that it doesn't have to necessarily run the car. 'Cause
Oh, right.
You're not running the car all the time, so it's.
There was a pizza place in Tucson that I went to with my dad, and I forgot the name of it. And they have a solar cell array on the roof, and they run their pizza ovens on the energy because, it's Arizona, so the available sun is incredible. And they run their pizza ovens, which is a lot of energy, and then they sell the excess back to the utility.
Nice.
That's what my sister does in Australia. She doesn't pay for electricity.
Yeah. I haven't heard. Did Hap ever get his solar hooked up? I know they put it in. Has he been?
I just hope he got his radio hooked up.
Well, caused a lot of interference on the HF. He says
Really?
yeah.
Not surprised.
I'm not either.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thing. I got solar and I don't know it.
No.
Oh, I found it. It was the Brooklyn Pizza Company. I remember when my dad and I went to 4th Avenue.
The Brooklyn Pizza Company in Arizona, is it? Oh, right, yeah.
Something you need to know about Tucson is it's full of retirees and transplants. I'll put a link to the solar company. So, Italian beef, for instance, is a Chicago thing. Once you get more than 50 miles away from Chicago, it's pretty rare. Except for
in
Tucson. Because a lot of people from Tucson came from Chicago. So where my dad lives in Tucson, you go up the road a little bit to the next major intersection, and there's a Chicago hot dog and beef stand there
Nice.
with Cubs and Bears memorabilia.
Well, yeah, you have to. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I was
Although-
in Chicago Ribs restaurant in Malaysia.
Oh.
Seriously, and that's where we met. I told you guys that story about people from Texas coming for heart surgery. That's exactly where I met them at the Chicago Ribs.
Yeah, there was a guy came to us from Germany one time, and he really wanted to go to a McDonald's, and it was like, and I go, why do you want to go to McDonald's? It's crap. And he says, oh well, he wanted to see if it tasted the same as the McDonald's in Germany. It was exactly the same. He said,
I had a coworker get knocked off a McDonald's contract because we had a contract at JFM to put together these AT&T PCs with 3278 cards and install them all over the country. And this guy went into the restaurant and said, yeah, McDonald's, it's the same everywhere. And the people at McDonald's took it to mean it's crap everywhere and called us up and said he wasn't welcome anymore. We had to send someone else.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think much of McDonald's, but if I was, if they were a customer of mine, I wouldn't necessarily
say
insult the
that's-
food when I was there.
Right, I would say I eat that every day.
Yeah.
It's
Breakfast.
a nice treat sometimes, but I'll tell you, I don't think I've had good McDonald's lately. There's a certain taste, a certain flavor that you're looking for, and last time I went and decided to treat myself to a Big Mac, the bun was stale, and
We had a good one last night.
Yeah.
I haven't been to McDonald's since 2001, since before the attack. The two aren't related, except I happen to remember based on the.
Who's in an airplane?
I hadn't gone to McDonald's for a long time because I got sick one day. And boy, if you don't like McDonald's, I will tell you that McDonald's on the return trip put me off McDonald's for like 10 years.
We had when I was working, that they would have take your daughter to work day, and the way I know not much about kids and raising them and how to keep them interested, but apparently what you do is you put them in a little conference room that's got a whiteboard, give them a bunch of markers, and they're good for hours.
Yeah.
And but the sad thing is that I walked by one and the kid had drawn a map to the McDonald's world headquarters, and it was like, that's really sick.
Asian kid.
I don't know. I didn't see the kid. I just saw the aftermath. But I go,
Yeah, there's somebody going to
that's
extra
sad.
right away.
That was sad. That was.
Yeah.
But then
All right.
I worked with a black fella, and we would travel a lot to customers, and he always wanted to go to McDonald's. He always wanted to go to Holiday Inn. I always wanted to go to the little hole in the wall restaurants or a little hole in the wall
Yeah.
bar to go,
Mom and pop
and
joints.
finally he explained to me, if he goes to McDonald's and if he goes to Holiday Inn, he never has a problem with being black. If he goes to a little hotel or a little redneck restaurant somewhere, he
Yeah.
never knows what's going to happen. And I go, okay, I get it. I get it. But the sad thing was that as I thought about that, I go, he had to worry about that. I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Is there somebody that's flying an airplane on this?
No, I think somebody is drilling a hole in the wall. That's yeah. That's
Hey, so George, did you go over and fix Hap's radio?
I didn't know that his radio is broken.
Yeah, he had trouble with his Alinco. Right after he couldn't run the rain report for about 3 or 4 months because of
And maybe that's a good thing that he doesn't run the rain report.
No, it's a shit thing because then I ended up doing it for 3 months. And then his Alinco took a shit. Yeah, so but he said he's back on it, and I don't know. I don't remember if I asked him who came out, and he says because he didn't know if he bumped something on the panel, to cause it, which I could understand. He wouldn't be able to tell if there's something wrong there. So I was just wondering if
Mike Bartel was out there a week or two ago. I spoke to Mike on RF.
Yeah. On
the repeater, and he was with Hap. But I was speaking to Mike, and then Hap, I could hear him Hap in the background. So
Okay.
Mike W9 MRB. And he was helping Hap out. And he says, "They say something, Scott." So I said, "Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1." And he was trying to do something with the balancing of the microphones and stuff like that, and some other things. So
what?
not sure what
Balancing
happened.
microphones?
Yeah, he was doing. I'm not sure what he was doing exactly. He was doing a lot of things. So, but he got Hap back working again about a week or two ago. It was on a weekend sometime. I think it was a couple weeks ago now.
What is that noise?
No idea.
It's not me.
I don't think it's me because I'm hearing it.
I got nothing. I'm in a very quiet basement.
Quiet here.
It's Laura.
No, it's quiet here.
No, of course it went away. Now we're all listening for it.
Although we are live on YouTube, has it got something to do with that? What the heck is that all about?
You know what this sounds like? And hey, everybody watching on YouTube, HF is a total waste of time.
Does anybody ever watch it on YouTube?
No,
I don't think so. I just turned it on because it was really easy to do. So if you click on that thing, it'll give you a link to go view the stream on YouTube. But
yeah, I did it a couple of weeks ago last time.
there's
You put it on there.
how many people are listening to it here? Doesn't say. It used to say.
I got new boots.
Fantastic.
I got these about 6-7 years ago. I was at the Goodwill and I saw these hiking boots made by LL Bean, and they looked kind of nice and not too beat up. And I saw that they were they had a full leather upper, and according to the label on the inside, they were made in Italy. And the sole looked good. They didn't have an insole, which was good because I was going to replace that anyway. And I slid my shoe off and I slipped the insole into the boot. And it was the first pair of boots I ever had that actually felt like these were made around my foot. And they were like $10. So I bought them. Cleaned them up. Oiled them, shined them. They look great. And finally this year, I'm walking on a gravel road in Indiana, and I didn't realize that I had a hole in the heel, but not through the sole. And what happened was I'm walking and I'm hearing this jig, and I hear this kind of like rattling, and I'm like, what the hell is that? And there's little rocks in the heel that the shoe was picking up. So I got to send them to this place in Colorado, Rocky Mountain Resole, for $93. They're going to give me a new sole. And since they're about $300 boots, I'm thinking, yeah, okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the upper. It's in beautiful shape. The thing really fits. So I was on eBay the other day. Now, this is after I discovered that my daughters gave me a $100 eBay gift card. like a year and a half ago. So I went to see how much I had on there, had $100. And then I saw that somebody in Auburn, Maine had a pair of these boots. And I'm looking at the sole, and the sole is crisp. You know, I mean, it's the sharp edges. $44.95 plus $10 shipping. And I said, there's no way in hell I'm not buying these. And they just showed up. So they're kind of warming up right now from being outside for a little bit.
Right size, or
Yes.
you mean for you?
Yeah. So I'll have the boots while the other boots are in Colorado getting fixed. Then I'll have 2 pairs of these boots, which in my opinion, now they're not lightweight, but they are the most comfortable hiking boots I ever had.
Let's see how they look like.
I've never had a hiking boot. I've got like a narrow foot, you know, kind of like a water ski, and
Cool. I'm gonna do this.
so the only pair of boots I've ever found that fit me are Red Wings. They're the only ones that sell.
Oh, those are,
work-
yeah,
like
you can't go around with Red Wing.
work boots in a narrow width and only certain models. So that's pretty much what I'm.
Are they steel toe also?
Mine are.
All right, I got to see if I can do this.
Yeah, the steel toe that Red Wing makes them real comfortable steel toe.
They're very comfortable. I would
Yeah,
rather
very
wear them than
comfortable
tennis
compared
shoes.
to Others, yeah.
I actually had one save my foot one time, a pair of Red Wings.
There
They
you go.
had I was getting back to work from my back surgery. They had me working second shift, and I was running a carpet cutting machine. And they have a big roller, and between the roller and the cut table is about 2 inches. And forget the guy's name. We were running a machine together. The carpet tubes used to get jammed up once in a while. So I climbed up there and I hit the rack. And when he heard the tube fall, he just hit the button to advance the tube, and the roller turned and grabbed my foot and sent it
Oh, shit.
right between the cut table and the roller. But I had heard enough stories about people losing legs and arms to know that I wanted to make sure my foot was standing straight up and down when it went through there, instead of like grabbing my leg and trying to force it through that same spot. And them Red Wings
Roger
saved
that.
my foot. So, and I was hanging onto this thing, you know, and but I made sure my freaking foot was, and it went through a space about 2 inches wide, and that boot compressed. So all I ended up with was soft tissue damage. It hurt like hell for a couple of weeks, but I didn't,
What happened?
you know.
Here's the
Uh-huh.
boot.
There it is. There's a boot.
Can you see this?
Laura's
Yeah,
holding up
yeah,
a boot.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I was going to show the pictures from what you call it?
Let's see, Laura. Let's see.
I don't know if I can.
No, it's working fine, Laura. Oh yeah,
That's
that's
a
a
good
nice
boot
looking
there.
boot.
Yeah.
And those are made by LL Bean, you said?
Yeah.
Are they even around anymore?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
What's
okay.
the name of a company? LLB.
LL Bean.
Bean.
Too many
My
people.
soul.
L
Hang on a
what?
second. I got to do this. I got to try to. Holy shit! I lost you guys. Wait a minute.
What do you mean you lost us? We're right here
Okay.
looking at
Well,
you.
right
Hang
here.
on. I'm going to try to post a link here. So I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, this might. Let me know if this works, guys. And that shows you nice pictures. Laura, fine business on that one there. 73
certainly.
seconds.
Oh yeah, there they go.
Yeah, it's Leon Leonwood Bean, and they're out of Freeport, Maine. So I figured LL Bean boot coming from Auburn, Maine. You know, these boots may have never left the state. What you got there, Kev?
Nano VNA tinkering
I got
with.
one of them. I find them to be pretty darn neat. I should do more with it.
I should have probably bought one of those before I bought my Rig Expert, but I didn't.
Well, you know, they're cheap enough. And what I'll have to do is convince AXR. He does a lot of this stuff. So he threw together this 3D printed case. So the sides are normally open and stuff. And the case fits over the you take out the screws that hold the VNA together and put the case on and put the screws back in. It's kind of nice, cut out so you can see everything.
Oh, I like the case.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
it's
have a case.
it's a 3D printed rig,
Nice.
the case.
I gotta
Yeah,
get
suppose if I get my 3D printer like really calibrated again, if you're like really dying for a case, I could print you one.
There's a possibility there. And I got to tell you, I like the color.
Yeah, I have to get more of this, and this is one of those things like Dick. I'm super paranoid, so one day I have to see if Mike Persona will do a curbside, because this is Purple Inland PLA Plus, and I can't find any good purple filament on Amazon right now.
What do you think of the boot, George?
Pretty nice, actually. Yeah.
I'm telling you, and they're comfortable as hell. They really are.
Oh, I'm
They
looking.
make a good boot.
They got if that's the one, the Gore-Tex Cresta hiking boot.
That's it.
Yeah, that's they make wide double E. I wonder if that may not be wide enough for me, but
Goodness.
Wonder if there is a store somewhere that I could go and try them out.
I don't know if REI carries LL Bean. That's the joint.
So LL Bean
it's
has their
expensive
own
enough.
store.
Yeah. REI is a that was the question last night for the net. What was your favorite store? And my answer was, for entertainment, IKEA. For getting good used gear at a cheap price, definitely Goodwill. But for you can't go wrong with REI. It's just
I enjoy getting my outdoor gear at REI.
Yeah. Well, you got people there that know what the hell they're talking about.
That's a bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when I used to go get my 5 fingers over there, but I just buy those online now. I know pretty much what size I need.
yeah, I had a friend of mine who I've known since high school had worked at REI one day a week for like 25 years.
For the discount?
Primarily for the discount. And then when she worked as a banker, so that Saturday was so different than being a banker all week that it was just a joy to do that. And, but they actually, when you have like 20 or 25 years, you get a month sabbatical
nice.
with full pay, but full pay is what you normally make. So it's the one day a week thing. But she took her sabbatical. Yeah.
Am I still on the air?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I got this Adobe bullshit came up. Hang on, remind me later. There we go. Hey, big news.
Oh.
Yeah, I finally decided to replace the RG58. I bought RG8X.
That's the only thing left, right? The only.
No, in going along with, I can't figure out what the hell's wrong with my antenna situation. I figured, well, the one thing I haven't tried is a different feed line. So that's got to be it.
I thought it was hardwired. I didn't know if it was loose on both ends. Cripe, we could have tested it.
Well, I didn't throw it out.
Anyway,
I mean,
did it improve things for you?
I haven't put any juice through it yet.
Okay.
Wait, what kind did you get?
RG8X.
Should work really well. That's what I use over here.
Yeah.
At those frequencies, losses aren't a big deal.
No,
Yeah,
I got
but
losses
bad
in coax
could be a bit. Yeah.
Bad coax could be bad, but losses are usually frequency dependent, and so you need the really, really, when you need LMR 400 and stuff like that is when you're going a long distance and you're expecting to do UHF on it.
Yeah.
But that's what I got going to the for the 220. It's LMR 400.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good application for that. But at HF, the losses in most coax are pretty low.
Next move is hardline.
I don't know how to work with hardline. Does anybody
I
else?
don't either.
No, I watched some YouTube videos. It's a lot of work.
Well, I heard some guys on K-Bar one time talking about the guy had like a 150-foot run, and he went from LMR 400, and this is just 2-meter radio now, LMR 400 to hardline, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, he's either got all the money in the world,
or his antenna's a kilometer away.
Yeah, but he said it was like 100 or 150 feet. I'm thinking to myself, yeah,
That's a lot of money.
Well, more so the effort to make it bend and go somewhere.
Yeah.
You know?
Now Laura is on me about the hard line. She says we got to get rid of this LMR shit.
I'm sure she is. I'm certain of it. Now she's president of the club and all, you know.
Yeah, we
don't do that.
LMR over here. What, you know.
Don't
you're
do that. I don't have boots on.
He wants you to have a hard line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, makes sense, right?
Well, they got Viagra for that, but still.
Yeah. It's just kind of.
But,
they don't sell narrow boots.
Oh, and I also got some, what is that? Landscape cable. That 16.2.
Oh, okay. The stuff that
yeah. And I'm kind of
British guy
thinking.
likes.
What's that landscape cable?
Yeah,
it's a zip cord kind of
wire. And I'm thinking.
Sorry. What wire you say?
Landscape cable. It's number 16 wire. It's direct burial, UV protected shit. You know.
Okay.
It's like lamp cord.
Oh.
And I'm kind of thinking, perhaps, should I decide that it might be time to goof around with another futile effort of making an antenna, this might be the wire to do it with.
But actually would be a good way to do that 6-meter each side and the built-in feed line, because I think the what is that, like 75 ohm?
Sure.
I just made one the other day. That's 6 feet, 6 meters on each side, right here.
Nice.
Right here, and here is.
I got a NorCal doublet. I'll just turn it sideways.
There you go.
And here is the insulator I made for.
Nice.
There you go, Kevin. You could calibrate your printer and make up a few of those insulators.
Something you got to know about what I'm doing, though, is PLA, if you do it right, can be decently structural, but it has like no environmental resistance at all. If you expose it to moisture and UV, it'll start falling apart. It's basically made out of, it's polylactic acid. It's basically made out of, and it's not a polyacid, it's a polyester, but it's made out of lactate radicals, which are basically made from cornstarch. You know those cups that you get that say, this cup is compostable, it will break down. Those cups are made out of PLA.
Well, okay. You know, I love when they say that they have plant-based plastics. If the plastic is made from petroleum, it's plant-based.
It is plant-based, yeah.
Everything is plant-based.
Yeah.
Well, that's like I get on about organic food. You know, it's sort of like this food is organic. It's like all my food is organic. I don't eat sand after all.
Yeah. If you have to eat rocks to get to.
Or the expression farm to table. Everything is farm to table. All salt is sea salt.
Well, okay, and you know that's just taking you to extremes, though.
Yeah.
They just
it's like HF works.
Yeah, they just bullshit you to get to extract more money from you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just like when they tell you, you know, you go to the ham radio store and they say, "Hey, look at this. This HF radio will work." And then you put out this, you're full of shit. And then when it doesn't, see, this is another thing. Ham radio will tell you, "Oh, this is a great radio, great antenna and everything. It doesn't work. What? Conditions. You know, oh, there we go. Hey, shit. You know, no, it's a great radio, great antenna. Conditions are shit. So it ain't the radio's fault. It ain't the antenna's fault. It's the Earth's fault. And then it's like, well, no, it ain't. It's your fault. And it's like, wait a minute. what the hell is this?
I tell you what, I had lots of radios in my life. One time when I was dealing radios with the Marian, I had probably 3-4 radios every month. Okay, and that was going on for quite a long time. So
Yeah.
You're talking about, I don't know, 200-300 radios, maybe more.
And if they worked, you'd stick with one.
Yeah, and I try quite a few of them. Okay.
Yeah.
And my finding is that very simple, that there is a difference between, let's say, used to be, now it's not the case anymore really, but there is a difference between a very bottom line radio and I say that different way. There is used to be difference between $500 HF radio or $1,000 radio and $2,000 HF radio. But between $2,000 HF radio and $5,000 HF radio, there was not really difference. There was just more knobs, really.
Yeah.
Because by the time that radio cost $2,000, there was more filters and better noise rejection and all that. Now with the 7300, I think that totally changed my perspective. So there is a $1,000 radio is 95% as good as a $3,000 radio.
And there's truth in what you're saying. I hear on two things you hear on 80 meters is what my experience is, particularly late at night. First of all, it's very rare that they talk about radios on 80 meters. It's all power. That's all they talk about is power.
A Maratron. Yep.
Yeah. Every once in a while, something sneaks in and they're talking about a radio, and the radio they're talking about 90% of the time is the 7300.
A lot of people got that on HF.
Well, it's like one of every 4 radios on the air, it seems like.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I mean, you can't go wrong.
No, it's the best $1,000 investment in a radio you'll ever make, I think. I mean, for what you get.
How about the Yaesu 991A?
Don't know anything about it. I think Kevin's a Yaesu guy.
I think, Dick had one. I had Dick's radio for quite a while because I was thinking about, buying that from Dick. And I was testing it and finally got sold to somebody else. So that's kind of what we both think about it. Radio that's good radio, but all these menus in the Yaesus are just so difficult to deal with. ICOM is so intuitive. You click this and you expect that's gonna be next 1 click or 2 clicks away.
Do you think it's because you're used to ICOM menus versus people that started with Yaesu menus?
Well,
it's like Canon and Nikon.
The problem with the Yaesu menus is that they're numbered, and if they add a new feature, they got to put the menu item at the end of the list. So it's
okay.
Nothing's by anything else, and it's a hierarchical thing in the ICOMs. You go to a thing called connectors, and you go to connectors, and you go to another thing, and it's real intuitive, and you find things.
Okay. I've never owned one like that, but I know this Kenwood. Yeah.
So I've got the experience with both. I love my Yaesu 991. AXR claims it's got like a really good front end and stuff like that. But I agree with Dick. The menus are difficult. And so like comparing against the 705, there's a couple things going on. The 991, that's pretty old, isn't it?
No. It's
991.
No, but I mean the basic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the basic radio is pretty slow, and I know they upgraded the processor to get to the A, but the display does not have the speed of the 705, and I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the 705 is like, it came to the U.S. last fall, but it might be a year-old design or something like that.
Here's the thing: when you put it on the air, do people hear you?
Yeah.
You know,
That's all I'm looking
you
for.
know, I wasn't going to mention that the day you couldn't get any HF stuff that I was testing out the 705 and making FT8 contacts 800 or 900 miles away
Yeah.
on 10 watts
Yeah.
from a mag loop
Yeah.
antenna that's inside my living room.
There you go.
Oh, I found an accessory for the 705, a cage and handle, and it's got handles on the front to make it have some so if you set it down, it doesn't wreck the knobs and things. And it's from a company that does rigs for motion picture cameras.
Oh, I
And
saw
apparently
that.
He's
I
a
think
ham.
I've seen
and,
those.
And
Yeah.
mine just shipped. It took like 2 months, but we'll see how it works out.
I've got, and I haven't tried it yet, I bought that little mount that goes on the left side of the radio and holds an antenna.
Oh, how is that? Who's the company?
Yeah, I forgot what it was.
Yeah.
I go take a look I get the bag out of the closet over here. Oh, and I put the antenna mount on the side of the bag. That turned out pretty nice.
Oh, good.
I got to go get another cup. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll talk about me when I'm gone.
We talk about we when you're here, so it's not gonna slow us down.
Oh, it's
I
it's
certainly
the
hope
wind.
so. Yes.
It's the WinCamp RC1,
WinCamp,
and
yeah.
and what it is it goes on. I haven't tried it out yet. It goes on the side of the radio, and screws in with the ground, screws into the ground screw, and it's got a pigtail that goes to the radio, and it's got a UHF connector for an antenna and a binding post for the ground. And it's designed to hold the radio at an operating angle.
Yeah, that's neat.
So yeah, so it was like $50, but it's a solid piece of aluminum.
A couple times I have nearly ordered that. Then I look, $50. I don't know, but
Yeah, well, I happen to have a little bit on hand, but
it seemed like a nice idea though. So it seemed like a.
It's a solid piece of aluminum. I get you a solid piece of aluminum for a lot less than that. I go by the
it's
pound.
2 pieces. It's machined and it's got
I
some
go by
nice
the
bolts
pound,
holding
man.
it together.
On solid aluminum, I'll go by pound.
But that looked pretty nice, and I'm actually considering getting that alpha antenna. I've got the Comet toy box in the bag. The battery, I got a rig runner because I figured having cables with inline fuses was only going to take up space anyway, so why not just get that? 6 amp hour battery, cables and stuff. I've got the signal stick and that measuring tape whip that you mentioned, Dick, and got a molly bag on the side of the case that actually will hold my noise canceling headphones, and there's the antenna mount on the board, and you can put an HF antenna and just sort of set the bag down and operate out of the bag. So yeah, it's coming together. Yeah, this molly bag I found was real nice. I use I have a pair of wired headphones with noise canceling, which will make it a lot easier to hear the HF. And with the 705 instead of with a boom mic, I'll probably just use the hand mic to talk. Oh yeah, I was trying to find the setting to figure out how to make the sound come out of the speaker instead of the hand mic. This is so stupid. You know how you do that?
Unplug the.
You unplug the speaker side of the hand mic from the radio.
Yeah. When I first saw that with the 2 separate connectors instead of putting them together like they do for the HTs, I go, well, that's chintzy. Who'd do that? And then the more I learned about it, I go, that's brilliant to have them separate. And that, it's.
Yeah, well, because I could plug my headset in to the side of the radio, right, and still use the mic.
Yeah, I saw a thing from ICOM that was kind of an advertisement page about a software update and their antenna tuner, but the software update was supposedly to make the 705 work with FT8, and it wasn't clear what it was doing to make that happen because it works just fine with FT8.
I think it's
And-
the configure the radio for FT8 button, because it took
so
me a
it's all
few
just-
tries.
So
Yeah.
the various settings. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because the data part, the thing about setting up the data port for FT8 is under this thing called CIV, which, what the hell does that acronym mean? I was looking for something that was like, you use USB for data. But then when I found a guide online and it's like, it's this thing, it's like, so what do those letters actually mean? I have no idea. Apparently it's some sort of
computer interface version 5.
Yep.
Roman numeral 5. So.
I was looking for something like on the Yaesu where it was like, there's got to be something here that says something like USB data and has a speed. And I guess the speed is 19.2 and you're going to like it.
That's it.
Yeah,
Huh?
that's fine. That's
Yeah, there's not a baud setting, but for cat control, it's probably not that big a deal. But my experience has been that I figured out the ICOM pretty quickly, and I'm actually starting to like it.
That's the point. Yeah.
You know, and there's
ICOM pretty
probably
quickly.
a 7300 bearing down on me someday, which might mean there's another 991 on the market, but we'll see.
well, and the 7300 and the 7610 and the 705 and the 9700. Once you learn how to use one of them, you've learned
Same.
them all. You know.
Yeah.
So.
And the thing is that the 705 seems capable enough that it could almost become my base radio with an amp behind it
Yeah,
if I want more power.
Yeah.
I got it. Let's see. The only thing plugged into it really is the power.
Italians
USB.
sell the amplifiers for that. 5 watts in, and they got 200 watts out, something like that.
Yeah.
So I got this stand from Nifty that's pretty nice. It's an acrylic stand and it holds the radio at a nice angle and it's got feet so it doesn't slide around.
Yeah.
Huh.
I've got one of those little mini desktop tripods. You know, it's a little 4-inch legs or so, and that worked real nice
Yeah.
with that. You know, yeah. And I predict, and it's starting. There's going to be just a whole market of accessories designed around the 705.
Also, I think that's going to be a huge amount of KX3 for sale.
Yeah.
You better get rid of yours.
Yeah. I figure maybe I'll get convince Mel he should buy it somewhere along the line. He's an Elcraft guy, so he's a.
Oh, okay.
What exactly is Elcraft anyway? How good of a radio is that?
Oh, they're very good radios. People who buy them really love them. Like it's kind of like in some ways
It's a cult following.
It's like Tentex. People are Tentec guys or they're Elcraft guys, and they wouldn't have where a Kenwood guy. Well, he'll buy Yaesu next time. Elcraft guy's going to buy an Elcraft.
Well, look up at the Sherwood Engineering. They are on the top of the list, really. That Elcraft radios.
Do they still come in kit form as well?
Yes.
Most of them do. Yeah.
Yeah, they are overpriced by far. Especially now when 7300 costs $1,000.
Well,
and that ICOM 705 probably will be that $1,000 soon.
The KX3, by the time you buy the optional filters and you buy the optional antenna tuner and you buy the optional 2-meter deck to go in it and the optional battery holder, and then you get the optional pan adapter. That's a couple $100, and you get the amplifier. That's like $600 or more, maybe. It was like $3,000, something like that, and they were all kits.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
So you
gotta put it all together yourself.
Yeah. So
it doesn't. You don't save an awful lot, and the circuit boards are all assembled and tuned, so you're just assembling it. You're not building it like you'd build it.
You're not winding toroids and.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the thing. You buy ICOM 7300 for $1,000, and guarantee you any money in the world. That's what you're gonna hear on 7300. You're not gonna hear anymore on on KX3 or K3 or whatever.
Yeah.
on-
And you
on
got
any
VHF and
Electreft.
UHF.
Yes.
The KX, if you're a CW HF guy who does QRP, the KX2 is pretty nice. It's even smaller. But for more general purpose use, the 705 is about the same size as the KX3, just a little thicker, and
It's a lot more pleasant radio too. I was playing with the James Zalumski KX3. He says, "Well, take it and tell me what you think of it." Well, I think that's a very good radio, no question about it. Very good receiver, in that small package. But
And-
right now with 705, if somebody would say which one would you buy, I think choice is very simple.
Yeah.
Choice is very, very simple.
Now, if they had put 220 in that, I'd put one in the car.
Right.
I wonder if anybody's going to come out with a 220 radio
That's
Other
a good
than-
question. 'Cause
other
it's
than the
not
Elanco and what's
Nobody
the other one?
nobody seems to. Kenwood just discontinued their HT, but
Yeah.
that had nothing to do with whether it was 220 or not. The factory that makes the most of the A to D converters chips had a fire last year, so a lot of those chips, which I'm sure Kenwood was using them, you can't get anymore.
Wow.
Okay.
So, but I mean that's gonna be
So-
temporary. Somebody's gonna start making them again, or they're.
Well, what's that company? Starts with a B, I think.
Baofeng.
Thing. BTEC.
Broadcom.
No, it's they sell amplifiers, they sell radios. Maybe it's not B. Who's the other person that makes Dick? You said their schematics are like secretive or something.
Oh, Bridgecom.
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 Yeah.
So I was
has
going to
one, but
ask.
they haven't designed anything new that was 220 for years,
Okay.
Bridgecom, that's Chinese shit that they selling on their.
No, actually, at least the 220 mobile is Korean.
Same
the,
shit, different smell.
Oh, agent.
But the Anytone came out with a tri-band mobile and maybe an HT. I don't remember which that did 220, but it was like 25 watts on 2 meters and 15 watts on UHF and like 5 watts on 220. I go, come on,
So that's a question I have. So again, what should I get if I want a 220 HT?
The HT, if you can get them, the best thing out there is the Kenwood. In fact, I ordered one last week or 2 weeks ago because when I heard Kenwood was discontinuing them, I wanted to have a spare.
Is that the D74, the latest
Yeah,
one?
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Maybe I need to get one of those. Damn the price.
the others are the pretty much you're down to a Waxon or a BTEC, which don't seem to be bad radios.
BTEC
But I like-
better than Baofeng, right?
Probably, yeah. The Kenwood though, it's got the APRS which I use, and it's got D-Star which I rarely use, but it's kind of nice that it's there. And
What is exactly the APRS? What does that do?
it is a digital radio system that sends low-speed data, like 1,200 bits per second data. Very, very old protocol. It was used for ham radio computer bulletin boards 20 years ago or so. And pretty much died, except now it's used for the advanced packet reporting system, and it's used to do various kinds of messaging, various kinds of, so like if you were doing an event, you might do like a bicycle race or something like that, or a marathon. If they all had APRS stuff, you could easily put on a map where each person was and know where they were at. It would broadcast what your position is. It can send weather information. You can even use it to send email through a thing called WinLink, but it's the most difficult thing I've ever seen to do. Nobody would ever send an email that way.
Wow.
Let's see.
But
Copy.
that's pretty much what you asked. That's a positioning system of
People have called it automatic positioning, but it's not. It's much more general purpose than that.
Click on that link I just put there, Scott.
I'll be right back. Now that my internet's back, I'm going to get off cellular.
Oh yeah, you should see me on this probably. I've been.
People's hotspots are even on here.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's APRS. Oh, is that what that is? Okay.
So you can, you could find out.
8 days ago was my last one, but if you search for WA9NNN, you'll see some of mine there. But you can put a lot of information there. So you can put weather, you could put your position. You can even show. You can set what frequency, like in a dual band HT that I've got. When it reports me. When it sends out a beacon, it shows what frequency the other radio is in, the other half of the radio in my HT is, and with a compatible radio, you can just click a button and it will QSY there. So if somebody wanted to talk to me, now that's never happened, but it's kind of a neat idea.
I don't know what I'm looking at, but I went to track and street view and stuff, and holy crap, that's kind of strange.
And this is on aprs.fi.
Yep.
Oi.
Oh wow. Okay. Skinny
Oh
Street.
wow.
If you search for me, WA9NNN star, to get anything, you get the base station, my mobile, my HT, things that will on D-Star. You can set it up so that it will, when a repeater receives your D-Star signal that can include lat long information, it will forward it to the APRS system. So you'll be able to see that. I've got the APRS FI app on iOS, and it shows that also. So it's.
Well, it's fun. You can see, ships. You can see. Oh, I mean, it's neat to mess around with. You can. Yeah.
That's cool. So the finding a ICOM THD 74 is like just impossible.
Kenwood, really?
Kenwood, rather, yeah. So just to ask, because I kind of dropped out and in because I had a hiccup in my internet. So you were saying, George, that you would buy the 705 instead of the 7300 and get an amp or something? Is that where you were going with that?
No.
Okay.
Since
705 over KX3.
Since you got 705 already, maybe that would be option for you to buy amplifier rather than buying 7300.
Yeah, because I looked at the 7300 and it's like, wow, looks like the front panel of the 705.
Right. So maybe if you want to, just put more power to it, that would be that probably would make sense. Seems like receiver. I play around for just a couple hours with the Dix 705, and seems like receiver is pretty similar to that 7300. I am sure they're using same chip, probably. It's analog to the digital and.
Wow, I got my replacement one just in time at a. DX Engineering, it looks like they're
replacement. What
the Kenwood?
Okay.
THD 74.
Yeah, no one's got it. It's not even on eBay. It's not even on eBay I'm expecting them to start showing up on eBay at like $1,500 or something.
Yeah.
So it's.
So I guess I get a cheap Chinese thing, or I could get a Yaesu VX series, but those things only do like a watt or two.
Chinese. I tell you what, that Chinese for 220 my God, I mean, how can you go wrong with that?
Yeah.
And you know, people look at John. He's walking around with his Bofang, which was what, $25 or something like that for so many years, and shit works, man. So what's the point? You know what I mean?
Well, I hear
Yeah,
you.
the only thing that was kind of bothering me about what I saw for 220 is the derated power output on the 220 band.
Well,
Because like
yeah.
Yaesu's got 5-watt HTs
Oh,
that are
that's
5 watts on 2 meters and 70 centimeters, and then they're like 1.5 watts on 220.
yeah. That they got same shit on the mobile radios. They got 2 meter for 40 and 1 watt on 220. Come
Yeah.
on,
Right.
come
Yeah,
on. That's
Kenwood had that
that's
VM.
that's a crap.
I agree.
But Kevin, how can you go wrong with the Alinco, that 235?
Oh, I love
That's-
the Alinco. It's
it's
just
by
really kind of
far-
hard to use when I'm walking down the sidewalk.
Right. Yeah, it's by far best radio there is for 220.
Oh, I love it. I think
mean,
it's
not
a great
like there is
radio,
a-
and I love that it's open schematic. And if I want to adjust the microphone gain, I just have to crack it open and find the trim pod. And no, it's solid. My commentary on it was, this feels like they built a 220 radio in like a commercial radio platform.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much what they did. So this thing looks like I could I could install it in a truck where it gets bounced around and stuff, and it probably wouldn't hurt it.
Yeah.
That's a
You
test.
know, like,
Put one in a
like,
semi.
like that rain reports that the Happy's running. I mean, these radios are not made to just key up and being keyed for a half an hour on 25 watts. They are just
Yeah.
not made for
Yeah.
that. And
I'm not even running 25. I'm getting in on 5.
yeah, and he got well, he doesn't know, he can't see that, but last time I saw that radio that his power cord was discolored because
Oh.
that's how hot that shit got. You know, that cords got just different color, got brownish. That red one was. I said, holy macro! And he says, oh, could we change this all the way to the radio? I said, I'm not going to take apart somebody's radio. You know, answer is probably. I have never done that, but you can't key up. You can't key up the radio, because if you think about it, if you got 25 watts going on, right, you have to put 50 watts in, right?
Yeah.
No question about it, right? I don't think anybody will dispute that, right? And so that 50 watts that continues. Soon as you key that microphone, there is no modulation, nothing. That just carrier goes, full 50 watts. That's
I
how
heard a
FM
story that
works.
he actually had that thing running for a whole week, and
You did.
he had a microphone. It was keyed on for a whole week. He went out to go to some vacation or something. That comes back,
Oh,
and everybody. This was years ago. I heard about that at the PJ Clem's last year, I think, or a year before, I think now. But I heard that story, so maybe that's why that happened with that discoloration of that power cord right then and there. That whole week of just transmitting with nothing, just a carrier wave and all that.
see, his problem is that he can't fucking see, and that's a problem.
I
So
think
he
you
is
agree with me.
relying. So he's relying on these experts, which are coming, all kind of experts,
Oh, right.
and that, yeah. And well, so he asked me. He says, "Well, can we? Would that be? Is there room for that 6-meter antenna?" I says, "Well, physically, yes, there is, but I says I wouldn't do that because that would be way too close to your tri-bender HF antenna."
yeah.
And that will influence your HF antenna, and your HF antenna will influence your 6-meter antenna. I play around with antennas enough to know that.
Wow.
So I think he was asking me if I would climb the tower and put that thing for him. No big deal. I can still climb towers, being 63 years old, still climb towers.
I'm
Probably
scared
not
of
for
heights.
much, probably not much longer anymore, but still, it's getting harder. Let me put it to you this way.
But he does have a tower.
Yeah, he has a tower.
How high is
So,
my problem?
so he found somebody else who will put that 6-meter Yagi.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you. Who will put that 6-meter Yagi for him because he wants that 6-meter Yagi. Okay.
Why?
And that screw up his HF antenna.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
It just totally detuned that antenna. Okay.
why
And
would
you
they-
tell that Ron, I think Ron was, when I was talking to him, Ron was there in Czech. And you know what? I don't give a shit because that doesn't matter to me. Okay.
Well, that's
It
John's
doesn't
buddy.
matter. Yeah. And
NYQOB or something
and
like
I
that.
says, and I says to Hep, I says, Hep, we talk about it. I told you what I think about it. And obviously you found another expert who was more expert than myself, and he put that antenna for you, and now that's what you have. But I said, I think I told you that. You asked me that question. And I says, no, no, that wouldn't be the right thing to do. And there's go on and on and on. He got several things like that set up in his Radio Shack, and only way to fix all that would be what I did a couple weeks ago. I just ripped all shit here because that was just like Hep's station here, So I rip everything and I will start fresh, I will start fresh with new cables. I put power pole distribution box. I had to make bracketry for that at work. So okay, so I got that. I got this, and just kind of clean up that, and it's pretty good now. It's I like that. It just is good, and that's only way that could be fixed now. However, that is 3 days of work, or maybe 2 days, maybe 2 days of work, and you still will need probably go back and figure ways for some kind of bracketry and this and that and whatever else that might be, as simple
Fire
as
marshal ever stopped by, I'd be through.
yeah, as simple as some project might look like. When we made set up by Dick, there was several trips back and forth. Oh, we need this, we need that, and we defined exactly what we need to do. But it was not like, oh, you put that and bam, that is working. Not like you put the TV and you just plug that into the wall, hook up antenna, and all of a sudden you got TV. That's not how it works.
Has anybody ever heard anybody on 6 meters?
No.
Oh, I have.
I have not.
Yeah, there is. There was 6 meters was going one day. Matter of fact, Dick told me that, and I said, "Holy shit! Really, that thing was cooking that day."
Yeah, but I mean, that's like once every 6 years or something like that.
Yeah,
I mean, why
yeah.
would anybody put up an antenna?
Maybe I didn't have 6 meters radios in the past, but that's the first time in my 40 whatever years I heard 6 meters working. Really
I put up on my DX Commander, I added a 6 meter element one day, which come to find out I don't need. But anyway, and I was just messing around looking at the Illinois repeater book or whatever, and there's a 6 meter repeater in Schaumburg that I was able to hit. But I've never heard anybody on it. So
is it really a matter of
Peter and Schaumburg?
is it really a matter that just because people aren't on it, nobody's hearing?
No.
Or is it just because of
It's no propagation. It's
Yeah.
no propagation.
Kind of like HF.
Yeah, higher
Without being
the
HF.
frequency you go, higher frequency you go on the HF range, requirements for propagations are increasing. So like 20 meters most of the times will work, 40 even better, but when you go to 15 or 10, you need good propagation. But when it is that good propagation, you can make contacts all over the world on very low power, on
Yeah, it's
10
called
meters
ducting.
or
It's
on
called
6.
bullshit.
Yeah, it's called more bullshit. Yeah, than on 6 meters, that's for sure. 10 meters, 10 meters.
10 meters is
yeah,
fun if you
still,
get, because
yeah.
the text, that's all the HF privileges they get. So when 10 meters is open, there's a lot of
people on that,
there.
right?
Yeah. So that
Well-
kind of gets them excited.
What about 6 meter repeaters?
That's FM, so that's a little different story, because here you're talking about two different things. On 6 meters, we was talking single sideband right now, but now you say about repeaters 6 meters, that we're talking about FM 6 meters. Yeah,
There is one in
some-
Schaumburg.
Yeah, there is some of them, not that many of them, I guess. I don't think I ever talk on the one.
And why isn't there a lot of them? Because 6 meters is stupid.
Because
Seriously.
Well, it's right next to the old Channel 2 TV.
That's
and
true.
Channel 2 was usually the crappiest signal.
Exactly.
yeah,
Because it gets closer to HF. And HF is shit.
No, that's not even a good statement, because what is shortwave?
Yeah, but it's
And it's
what
worldwide, John. Any
you
time of the day.
Yeah.
can't be that bad. I see several.
No, oh
stations
yeah,
here.
big deal.
look at all the
And then you
noise there.
got-
though.
Yeah,
Your
no,
AM, you can go anywhere in the United States at night and hear WGN. Was it 1300?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's,
I used to listen to it driving a truck going across the Mojave Desert all the time. Just like just like being there.
Oh, I can
there's
clear that.
40 meters. Let's see.
Wait a minute. Isn't all of AM if it's below 3 megahertz, it's medium
Oh, I
wave.
just knew it.
So
I
that's
knew
not
he was
HF.
going to get there. I knew he
Yeah.
was going there.
160 meters ain't HF. Maybe that's my problem. If I could do 160, I'd be talking all over the place.
Yeah.
Bunch of bullshit.
So does that
Actually-
make? Does that make? Oh, right, because it's just under 160 meters.
You know
Yeah.
what they say, fellas? They say when all else fails, ham radio. As long as the bands are open.
Yeah.
If the bands ain't open, shit. We'd love to help you out with the hurricane relief bullshit. But, well, there's
No
no
propagation.
There's no
No,
sunspots.
no propagation at this
Yeah,
moment.
but see, CW, but you need to go down there and start making contacts on CW.
Yeah, which is a bitch because I'm down there in Monticello, right?
Okay.
I'm looking around. I got trees. I got a river. I got no power lines. I got no airports. I got no factories. No nothing around there to screw me up, right? And I got no key.
Oops.
Yeah. I got a TS2000 and an antenna that worked a year ago. And all of a sudden I'm going to say, well, shit, I can hear 80 meters. Great. Nobody can hear me. I can talk on 40, but I can't hear anybody on 40. Can't hear anybody on 20. Can't hear anybody on 10, 15, 12, 17, 6 meters. Well, there's nobody on 6 meters.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I talked to a guy in Lafayette on 35 watts on a dipole laying on the ground just to see if it would work. I just said, and I was like, enough of this shit. Actually, I didn't. I says, gee, honey, the alpha isn't really working too good. So what I think I'm going to do is see if I can hear anybody on 40 meters, and I'm just going to roll out the dipole. And she says, okay, sweetie. That's great. Then you come in and have another cup of coffee. And I said, gee whiz, hon, I sure will. So I roll the thing out there and I put the wires out.
Well,
Jeez,
I thought,
look,
hey John,
didn't
I
go
thought
like
something.
that.
I thought something else that you're gonna say. Well, I can't hear anybody on HF, or HF is not working. So let's have sex, honey. That's what I thought what you're gonna say. You know?
Well, yeah, but I'm not going to tell you guys that.
Well, what's wrong with that? You guys are married, so
Well, that's
so
true.
you're not
It's part of the
committing any
perks.
sin. So you know,
What
God
does
will
this
not.
say here live on
God will not
YouTube?
punish you. You know,
Yeah.
I know.
that's
So,
okay. You know.
So I talked to a guy in Lafayette on 40 meters on 35 watts with 95 feet of wire. And I'm thinking I could have picked up the HT and talked to him through a repeater or even simplex with that super stick antenna on, 5 watts without a hell of a lot of wire and a really big ass radio and coax, enough to wrap around the car 7 or 8 times. I think, okay, so really,
You could have used the Alcolink.
yeah. I'm like, well, what am I doing here? But at least I know that setting that alpha up in the dipole configuration, which actually is like an OCF, that actually works. And then I discovered I had the wrong counterpoise wire attached to it. And because I had the I had the NVIS element on instead of the counterpoise one that Alpha tells you put the counterpoise on. So I'm looking and so I get back and I realized that I broke the ring connector. So I ordered a shitload of ring connectors. If anybody needs any 3/8 inch ring connectors for 16 to 14 gauge, I bought 50 of them because you couldn't buy like 10. So I fixed that and I'm thinking, I should try this out now. And then I should try out running it as, because you can set it up as an end-fed, you can set it up as a dipole, you can set it up as whatever the shit. So, but yet I'm thinking, I'm really enjoying myself. Do I really want to get pissed off? Because if I want to get pissed off, all I got to do is hook up a radio. And then next thing you know, now Laura says I don't get pissed off. It's just, oh, gee, darn it. It's just one of those days. And, and then you hear, you know what the problem is? I'm not talking about you guys. Because you guys know the struggle is real. I'm talking about the other folks out there says, oh, well, your problem is, okay. One of my problems is I don't have a kilowatt. Okay. I heard that already. The other problem is you need the ICOM 7300. That's your problem there. Because that radio is too old. And I, okay. All right. Yeah, sure. And then I heard, you should listen to these guys on 80 meters and they're talking on them Drakes and Collins and Heathkits and Hallicrafters and everything. Yeah, but you just said they're too old. If the 2000 and the 130 are too old and they're using shit you got to blow dust off of to fire up with the tube bullshit. I says, now how does my shit too old and I need to say, tell those assholes they need a 7300. God damn it. So I got
and these radios are drifting. So by the time they finish QSO, you gotta chase them with the ESO because they go ooh, and they just keep on going, right?
Yeah.
Hey, John,
you should try. You should try going to the higher frequencies and try satellite.
Well,
that's not we never was
you
successful
don't know what
with
aggravation's
that.
like.
Yeah, we was never successful with that.
No, but at least it's one of those things like, let's say you were going to try moon bounce. How you doing with moon bounce? Oh man, it's really rough. You would say, yeah, well, that can be tricky. But then when you tell people you're having trouble with HF, oh bullshit! You just put a wire up here. Here, watch this. I got there. I got me. Boom! 160 meters. I'm talking, and I'm like, God damn it! I can't do this shit. So
you know what you need, John? Hang on a second.
Yeah,
you have a YouTube channel, right?
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Yes. You need the stuff on it.
I want to. Yeah, I want to link
say
to that.
You don't have to try. You don't even have to try doing HF to get all riled up. You just have to think about trying it, and you get all riled up.
There you go.
What
Yeah.
YouTube channel? I gotta see.
It's on
this.
there.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
on YouTube looking at you now.
I got 2 videos on YouTube.
But
And
none of them are about HF.
One is on Christmas Eve and the daytime, and one of them is at night.
Well, there's also you signing your first VE certificate.
Yes, there is.
That's on Dick's channel, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, as well as frying up a piece of Spam
Yeah.
at Bourbonnais, which
Oh.
hopefully will be in service this year.
The channel name HF Blows is not in use on YouTube.
No. That's going to be the sub channel. Just my name is on.
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to like start a video blog about, you know, the trials and tribulations of HF, and then I'm sure it'll be really useful to people when you figure it out and it works, and you can rant about what it took to get there, and then tell people what worked. You could like get a branding, do some video editing. I'm sure Dick can help you find the software, put up flashy titles, get some monetization.
Not for kids, however.
If I gave a talk at Hamvention in a couple years about HF, now, let me tell you guys about HF. You're all full of shit.
You should that would be great. You'd be the big hit of the whole thing.
But I think the passion comes out there.
Yeah.
He's
And
pretty
you're
passionate
retired,
about
so
it.
you
isn't
have
he?
time.
Comes out, yeah.
He's passionate about it.
I'm washing asleep.
Just imagine when he gets HF to work.
Oh,
it's going to go from
No.
from this is bullshit to I got the best HF setup,
Yep.
and you know this stuff kicks ass.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you how to kick ass on HF today.
All right, George.
I've heard him say this.
George
He
helped me
goes-
put up an NFED about, what was it, George? What was that, 2018 or 2017, I think? 2017. You and I set up the NFED at Bourbonnais down in that little dip there. And I had the 130.
Yeah.
They had that 9 to 1 on. We set up the thing. You helped me get it up in the tree. I made 60 contacts. Had the best HF day in my life up to that point.
See, that tells you that I know about antennas.
Right. No. I never disputed that.
It depends on what branch you put them in, you know.
Well, yeah.
There's a lot to it. That's all science.
So next year, Bourbonnais. Now we go out to the woods. After that, we went out to Bemis, and remember that's when Andy was hooking the. I'm running the wire.
It's when Andy killed your radio.
That's when. Let's just say the radio didn't work after that. I'm not saying anything. But I turn around and I'm still uncoiling the wire for the NFED. Andy's hooking the radio up to the battery. George is like, "Hey, what are you doing?" So we got this. So the antenna worked, and then I go out next year to Bourbonnais. I go to the same tree. I put up the antenna. I got the radio. I'm at the same goddamn bench, and I got the thing like, hey, another 60 contacts. I'm talking to nobody, literally nobody. So I go out and get the antenna analyzer because I had one of them then, and I'm like, all right, what the hell is this? It's nothing. I can't shit. So I check. Well, maybe it's the antenna tuner. I don't know. So I get the antenna tuner. No, I can't tune the damn thing. So I go to the car and I get the axe. And I brought the antenna down with the axe. And then it was finally realized, oh, I know what it is. Every hunk of wire like this, there are so many QSOs in that wire. Once you use them up, it's kaput.
There's a finite amount of QSOs in a wire.
So, I'm thinking this is shit. So then, Dick, I think the first time you brought that alpha out was our first winter field day. That's the first time I saw it. So, and so I bought it from you. You didn't have a lot of success with it. I'm talking all over the damn place with it until I get to Indiana. So now I know what happened. It had so many QSOs in the antenna, and now it's shot. So, I could probably use it as a tent pole. But I'm thinking, what is this shit? So I'm back to the drawing board. So I don't know.
Who's got any 240-43s laying around?
This is fun, you know, and it truly is fun. I mean, because once you get something dialed in and you're actually talking to somebody on a piece of wire, it's actually a lot of fun.
It's pretty magic. And unlike the magic of like this iPad I'm holding, it's even more magic because you had to figure it out. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, the wizards that made this iPad are over at Apple and stuff like that. But when you do this, and especially the part of modern ham radio where you do your own thing, which is pretty much the antennas, once you get it figured out, it's like, wow, I did magic.
Yeah.
I made electromagnetic waves come out of this wire and go far enough that somebody could actually talk to me.
I made that end-fed antenna for Jay, 80 through 10. And he took it home, put it up. The first time it was astronomical SWR. I brought it back here and found out that when I was wrapping the toroids, I nicked the enamel on the wire and it shorted out to another wire, another piece. So then I unwound it all, rewrapped it. He took it back home. And I think his first contact on it was some lady he thought was in Indiana and ended up she was on vacation in Costa Rica on 17 meters.
That's cool.
Okay. And so he raves and raves about that antenna, and it's just a 49-to-1 and 128 feet of wire up over a tree, and he loves it.
See,
absolutely loves it.
There's your other problem.
What's that?
If you go on a website and just pick one about NFEDs, one website will tell you need a 9-to-1. Next website's going to tell you need a 49-to-1. Next website's going to tell you need a 64-to-1.
No.
What are you doing?
No, NFED half wave is 49-to-1 or 64-to-1. Some people use that 9-to-1 thing. 9-to-1. What you're using is, I don't know what the technical name for that is. What is that, George? Granted, it's an NFED, but it's
that's a random length wire on.
Yeah.
Right. So I've got a few of them in the drawer, and I've had limited success with it, but success nonetheless. And I prefer the 49-to-1.
That's a lot of turns.
No, it's not. It's 14.
49. If you do it the way I do it.
14. Well, 14.
How do you do it in 14 turns?
The first two are a twisted pair, and then the other, what you call it, and crossover is single wire.
What do you mean? How you do it in 14 turns?
If it's a 49-to-1,
it's the square root thing.
Oh.
Oh, it's math involved. Oh, enough of this shit.
George explained it to me one time, so I'm going to defer to because I don't remember the story. But he showed me how it comes to 49, because that was my question.
Well,
you know what's awesome about this is that this is a field where I am definitely not the ranking expert. And I spend enough time in places where I am that this is such a relief. You know, I mean,
I don't think I've ever been put in that situation.
Well, I mean, like with the computer stuff at work, I've been doing this for 35 or more years. And it's like people look at me and go, I could never be like you. It's like, how long have you been doing this? 3 years. Okay, 35 or 36 for me. And, you know, when I had been doing it for 3 years, I still didn't know hardly anything. I tell people at work, well, you know, but the thing is that, you know, I'm used to being, I am actually the longest tenured employee at work now. And, you know, everybody kind of looks to me to the point where I talk with my boss and I have to show people how to fish, or at least tell them where the fishing hole is instead of fishing for them all the time. And otherwise I can't get my project work done. But, you know, places here are like at the zoo where it's like, wow, I'm learning stuff. And you know what? I am not even the expert and that in some ways is such a relief.
Oh, I love the
So with that, you ask how that's done with this transformers. Well, just think about it this way: when you build transformer, regular transformer, right?
Yeah.
With the voltage ratio of the 2 to 1, right?
Mhm.
So let's say you got 100 volts and you want to step up to 200 volts, right?
Right.
Power on primary and secondary is the same. So since you step up voltage by factor of 2, you have to step up current by factor of 2, right? So far we agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, yeah. Plus antenna, plus money. Yeah, well, that's happiness. Yeah. Okay. So voltage goes up 2 times, current goes down 2 times, right?
Right.
So now, from Ohm's law, ohms are voltage, right, divided by current, right? In voltage in volts, current by amps, right? So
Right.
ohms equals volts divided by amps, right?
Yeah.
Everybody agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So look what happened when you're transforming 2 to 1. Voltage will go up from 100 volts to 200 volts, right? By factor of 2, but amperage also will go down by factor of 2.
That is correct.
So
Right.
so impedance that will change by factor of 4, because this goes up by 2, this goes down by factor of 2, right? So
Right.
that's a square function,
Right. Got
right?
it.
And that's where that comes from, that on a primary you got 2 turns, on the secondary you got 14, right? So you transforming voltage by factor of 7, right? Because from 2 on primary to 14 on secondary, if you would just hook up 1 volt on primary, you would have 7 volts on secondary, right?
Okay.
Right.
But you're transforming impedance square of that.
Right. And that's the
Right.
part I missed.
And
I was
that's
thinking
a
about the
7
voltage
times 7.
transform.
Yeah, that's a 7 times 7 is 49, or 8 by 8, 8 times 8, that's 64.
There's a
Right?
picture, Kevin. I
So
put in the
that's
chat.
where
Got
where
it.
that comes from. That's just the way it is. That's a law of physics which you cannot change. That's all it is to
I
it.
don't see the picture, but I get it. And I forgot about the fact that we were talking about impedance and not voltage.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you didn't get the picture I put in there?
No, I don't see anything in the chat right now.
My internet connection is up. What the hell happened now? Oh,
No,
what?
you're
We can hear
okay.
you.
What's internet connection?
Oh,
You're
God.
still here.
No.
Well, I can see you.
Adobe's messing with you again?
Yeah. I don't know why it does it. It just it like wipes out the screen and then
It takes over.
if they want
It
me
wants to
download some
uninstall
book,
it. They
Probably
want you to uninstall Flash.
probably a goddamn double RL trying to force me to buy Adobe. Asshole.
Why do they force you to buy Adobe?
Because it's probably Democrats. That's what it is.
Yeah. Well, now we started talking about politics. I would like to announce my new political party.
Oh,
if
no.
I might.
Here we go.
Yeah, what do you got?
Back to that
Okay,
again.
guys.
Is it
So-
the HF party?
So no. So since seems like
There you go, Kevin.
what happens is that half of the nation is not happy with one party, right? And another half of the nation is not happy with another party, right?
Yeah.
So what do we do
Bring
to
back
make
the wigs.
to make that ratio a lot higher? I mean, you can't make everybody happy. That even Jesus Christ couldn't make everybody happy, right?
Right.
But you can change that ratio to maybe 70% or something like that, and that's what we're looking for. So I am proposing that we will start another political party, and we will call that PLO party, which has nothing to do with terrorism or Palestinians or anything like that. That stands for Polish Liberation Organization. Okay, PLO. You're partially Polish, so
Yeah.
it's kind of fit
I'm
that.
half Polish.
There you go. See, so that's good, and everybody welcome. We don't have to be Polish in this party.
Even Laura.
Okay. Everybody, and I think Laura is I think very high of Laura. When she was running for president of the club, I says I can't compete with that, and I just move back from that. I can't compete with that. She's a lot better looking. That's number one.
I agree.
Well, of course.
If you're looking for an argument, you got the wrong channel.
If you wouldn't agree, I would think there is something wrong with you. And so that's number one. And that's in a fashion. She's a woman. So that now is kind of trend to have at least vice president being woman, right? So in equal rights,
Didn't
one of
stop
those
me from
things.
voting for
Equal rights for both genders, which I totally agree with, and so is that. But anyways, going back to political party, so that's going to be called PLO, Polish Liberation Organization, and you know who that guy Jacob Chansley is, right? That guy which was in Capitol with the horns and that wolf skin and all that, right?
The Viking look,
yeah, wolf
Jagger's
uniform.
son, too.
So soon as he will come out from a prison, because I think he will be in a prison, we're gonna nominate him for president of this country. Yeah, and our party requirement for our party will be that will be formal uniform, just the way he was dressed that day. So everybody will buy that wolf skin and horns, and we go on the streets like that. And if we get enough people convinced that that's the right thing, we can change this country, and that's perfectly legal, right?
I like it.
That's perfectly legal. That's good plan. See, no violence, nothing. So that's kind of what I think what we should do, guys.
Now, if we could just solve the HF problem.
Well, Kevin, I put that link up there. I didn't know this was a thing out of Europe that sells kits. I just seen the article about the NFED, but
no, it's a good link.
There's also there's apparently a lot of information that's on there. I was just scrolling through it. So but yeah, I can attest it does work, and it works very, very well.
Well, you can do that.
I use type 52 toroids instead of 43.
Either or, both of them work actually.
Mm-hmm.
I try both of them, and both of them are okay. 43 is like a lot cheaper, and for 100 watts, there's no reason to use anything more than that.
Well, when I was building them, I told Jay, I said I want to make this George proof because I might send him home to test one. So I made 3.
So I turn the amp on, right?
Yep, I put 3 type 52 toroids in there.
Oh yeah, that will work.
So I don't think you could blow it up, and it's 14 gauge wire for the enameled wire.
Yeah.
What the hell kind did I get when I built mine? A T130. Does that sound about right? Or is that
Yeah, that's the size.
T130,
That's 130
size.
millimeters.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
what is the type? Is it a type 2 or is it
yeah.
a
Yeah.
type 2?
Yeah, it's magnetic.
Yeah.
It is.
I've never used a type. I've never used type 2s.
T130-2.
Yeah.
I've never used those.
43 would probably work better for you because type 2 usually doesn't have enough permeability, but you can try that, and I mean you can make it work. Another way that you can make the work antenna like that is by building pi circuit. Just think about it. What's in tube amplifier? That's a pi circuit, right? And you matching 3 kilo ohm impedance of a tube to 50 ohm impedance of antenna, right? With the pi network, right? So you got on high impedance side, you got small capacitance, you got inductance and large capacitance on the low side, right?
Yeah.
That's a and you can easily match that 3 kilo ohm to 50 ohm, no problem. And you don't need transformer like that. And beauty of it is that transformer, that transformation is given. You can't change that. With the pi circuit like that, you can change that, right?
Right.
But
infinite.
but the very same thing you can do with the T-match.
Right.
A tuner. You're doing absolutely same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
With the inductance and capacitance.
Yeah. It just that's a different circuit,
right.
But you're doing absolutely absolutely same thing.
That big tuner, George, is that T or is that a pi network?
That's a T. Most of them.
That's okay.
Yes, most of the tuners are T. Very few are L networks, and even a lot less of them are symmetrical, which will be double L. But that L, that's just for like letter line, and so far we got to do some more work on that one, I think, because we tried that and just
breaking them in
didn't succeed very good. But we'll learn how to use that. No question.
Which one?
Symmetrical.
I like symmetrical. I don't have any yet. I'm gonna build.
But you're not using it. It's just regular T-match. Try regular T-match with the fucking piece of wire, and hook up piece of wire to T-match, and I absolutely positively, I am sure that you will be able to match that to the 50 ohm.
Well, I could hook a hunk of wire up to the back of my antenna tuner.
Well, that's what I'm asking for.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking you to do. Yeah.
The hard part is putting it out the window.
Hunk of antenna to your tuner, get some counterpoise, so put some some shit on the floor, or another half of that wire put on the ground, tune that. And in this Radio Shack, I did the test one time with a manual tuner. I had a piece of wire. I was talking to Poland, got that conversation on my directional antenna, and I said, I will do something crazy if you can wait. Guy says, okay. Well, okay. So I hook up piece of wire, tune it up this with the tuner, and that piece of wire was like going from here to the knob on my door, okay, and tune it up. And with 100 watts, I key up. I said, can you hear me now? He says, wow, yeah, I can hear you. Of course, signal is way weaker than when we started. I says, well, let me tell you what I'm using now. And I told him. He couldn't believe that. And I mean, people was in the shack. I wasn't alone. So I'm not, bullshitting. But all these transformers and all that, if you got tuner, you can live without these transformers.
What is the name of the old Johnson Viking? What was it? It was a oh god, you can't hardly get them anymore.
Matchbox.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they were. I saw a video.
Johnson Viking. I
Yeah,
think that's the name.
it's a balanced line tuner. But anyway,
It's
the guy.
not, no, one which you're talking about that's not even balanced. That's L type tuner.
It's an L type.
That's L type.
Well, this guy
Johnson
in
Viking.
he's a Golf Bravo station, and he has a little YouTube channel. He primarily fixes radios, but he said all these people, and I think he was namely talking about Americans, that get all wrapped up in SWRs and stuff like that. He said you take a piece of 300 ohm wire, you run it up, you stretch a wire across your property as long as you can, and you run it to this thing, and you can talk anywhere, and you tune it. And it's good to go.
Isn't that what the doublet antenna is?
Yes. See, yeah, that's it. It's as simple as it gets. And he said, yeah, you have to tune it manually, but he said it doesn't get any simpler. And if you can't tune all the bands, lop off a couple of feet of your 300 ohm ladder line and try it again. You'll get there. And he said, and enjoy. It doesn't take long. It's easy, and away you go.
Yeah, and that was just regular L. There was a coil in capacitor. That's all it was to it. And as far as lapping off the piece of a wire, well, that's what we did one time in the field. I had at that time ICAM 7100. Dick had that. I think at that time had that 891. The Yaesu, with the external antenna tuner and all. And he says, well, I started making QSO. I was making one after another. And Dick says, well, I can't make that radio work. He says, George, can you make my radio work? I says, well, I think I can, So he couldn't tune that. I says, well, chop off 6 feet from that wire. Sure enough, we chopped that off 6 feet and says, oh, now it is working, because it was too close to be half wavelength for that given frequency, and that created very high impedance at that frequency
beyond the tuner.
Beyond the tuner, exactly.
Calvin at the Winterfield day, we put up a doublet for him. Remember that you had to put a different tuner on it?
No, that was not doublet. I think he had some kind of dipole for 160 meters, and which was like I don't know, 6 feet off the ground or something like that. That he was trying that, and I don't think that was working quite well. It was just not high enough. Simple
I don't know. I remember we put it up, and you guys were having problems getting it tuned, and then you put a different tuner on it. Yeah. And you finally got it.
Yes. First field day I had with this club, I brought the amplifier and just start, and when we started, well, where you start that, you just start talking on a frequency where you're gonna stay, so you just kind of, have a clear frequency, right? And I started talking. I said, well, okay, here is contest starts, and in first hour, Keith was writing all contacts on a paper, and I was just calling. In first hour, we had 100 of them, and then I says, well, I think I got enough of it, and just walk away. But first 1 hour, I had 100 contacts. So
that's
that was
running a pile up.
But that was 600 watts into the antenna, relatively high. So no reason why not, right? So
I've never run power, so I don't. I still like my 100 watts.
Wow.
So you don't get on 80 meters?
What's that?
I do get on 80 meters, and people are surprised. No, there's a guy I talked to when we first built, that antenna I built, I told you about, right? I built me one too, and Jay came over here, and I had the Eagle hooked up, and I never used it yet. on 80 meters. So he went to 80 meters and he tried it, and the SWR was fine. So he got on there and started hollering, and these people all over Tennessee and North Carolina, 300, 400, 500 miles away were like, holy crap, there's like, you're like 20 over. They couldn't believe we were only using 100 watts.
How much power do you tell them you're running though?
1,000 watts.
Yeah.
No, I just tell them I'm running a regular radio. Just nothing
Everybody
extra.
on 80.
You know,
At least 500 watts.
And when you tell them, it says, well, I don't know how much I am running, but I'm running like 4CX 10,000. I got about I got 6,000 volts on the plate, and one amp right now that shows that like I got 1 amp. So I don't know. I got to figure what kind of power that is.
Yeah.
I don't even know what all that means.
I'd
But
like
6,000 watt, 6,000 watts volts times 1 amp. That's 6,000 watts, right? And
Oh,
if
God.
that's what you
Okay.
got, if that's what you got on the plate, that's what's going on to antenna.
I
Okay.
guarantee you, if I had 6,000 watts, I'd still be sitting there going, well, here we go.
I would think the FCC would already been on your door because you're too close to the airport for that kind of power.
I got to tell you this, though. To get it, to get a letter from the FCC would mean
Yeah.
that I had to
Somebody
have
heard you.
That you were doing something.
Yeah. Yeah. The only QSO you can make is with an FCC enforcement agent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna put you on my ham alert. I mean, George wakes that thing up every Saturday morning on 14303. So I'm gonna put your call sign in there, and we're gonna see who hears your antenna.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can hear me today. Because it was shit. And I'm washing a sleeping bag today. I got
100.
focus today.
200. What is it? Okay, 100. So 200. The next jump would be 400. The next jump would be 800. The next jump would be legal limit. Right? And each one of those, every other one of those is an S unit.
Sure. What do you guys want to hear on the rain tonight? I was thinking Caitlin Cole.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
If you could announce my political party, that would be great.
One
You
of
know,
the absolute best.
I would really appreciate that, man.
We did there was one. When we first started running rain reports, I tried to find, I said, okay, we got to find the stupidest rain report. So I'm like, here's one, tracking wildlife by RF. I says, this has got to be like a box of rocks. Nope, turned out to be pretty good. Here's another one about balloons. And I'm thinking, oh, balloons. Yeah, right. Oh, here, we'll run this. Holy shit, that was pretty good.
Good.
You know? And then we found KS3P, which, the whole story behind that was Shemp when he was running, when he was net control on Wednesdays. And he made the mistake of telling me that when I run that rain report, he's got to turn the volume down because he can't stand the pitch of her voice. So I says, really? Oh, it sucks.
Seal that fate.
Search to
You're
see
right,
if
you're
any
done.
more rain reports with KS. Oh shit! There's another one. Boom! Throw that one out there. So yeah, which may or may not be why Shemp doesn't run the nets on Wednesdays anymore.
So, question for you. So, what's going on with Shemp? I haven't heard him for quite a long time now.
He checks in on Mondays when Joe's running the net.
He got I think health issues too.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Uh,
He's
he
ever
was
since
he was
hurt.
already in pretty bad shape. You remember that time he fell when we was in that park? I mean, he could barely walk, and bam, he's laying. Holy shit,
Yeah.
man!
Yeah. And I know he's had issues with the village or the town of Cicero with his disability, but I think he got that straightened out, didn't he, Laura?
I thought he did. I'm not sure. I never heard
But
the
it was a
outcome.
long fight for him though,
Mhm.
because naturally it's like trying to get disability out of any city. They're gonna do whatever they can not to pay you.
Ain't that bunch of shit when you go and fight the fires and put your life on the line, then you're a good boy, you're a good good citizen, good American. But when you get fucking hurt, then all of a sudden they will fight you to pay you for what you're entitled to.
And they'll probably gladly spend more on lawyers to not pay you what they pay you.
Right. What a bunch of shit that is.
That's why I'm very happy to hear when our last guy that died of COVID, paramedic, just was at Laura about maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, about that.
They had ruled it a line of duty death.
Yeah.
Which is huge. Once it's ruled as a line of duty death, then as opposed to there's a difference between dying on duty and dying in the line of duty. And line of duty death, there's like a ton of state and federal benefits that go to your family because of that.
Right.
And so that's, when they like when we had that captain, I was still working. I think I had a year to go. The captain fell through the roof and he died, and they were trying to figure out and they nitpick, like, did he have his SCBA on? Did he have his helmet on right? Was all of this, and they go through all of this shit because it's a ton of money they got to pay out.
Right.
And it's shitty that they go through this, because my opinion is, was he on the roof? Did he fall through? Was he working? There you go.
That's right.
The end.
That's right. Case closed.
Right.
The buckle on his helmet wouldn't have prevented this.
But that's how they go, because they go all of this, and it's not just the city and the state; it's the federal, because the federal benefits get paid out. And so I was happy to see that they approved it, that it was a line of duty death for the guy that got the COVID. And I think he's what, Laura, number 4 or 5 now that died from COVID on our fire department.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And you still got assholes that say this shit ain't real.
Oh yeah, really.
Yeah.
Really.
I can't believe that. It's.
I think I told you, I sent you the text that a buddy of mine, KB9JXN, passed away from COVID.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Fuck.
I can't believe people don't think it's real.
Yeah, it was close friend.
Yeah.
I tell you what happens.
And just like when our boys going to the war somewhere, when they go to the war, there is no black people and white people. They're all good Americans, right?
Right.
They go and they fight, but when they get killed or where they come back home, they still got that end name for them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but when they go and put the life on the line, well, they're really good Americans, right? And they, bullets flying over their heads. But there is, two, grades of Americans, the good ones and a little bit worse ones, right? That just pisses me
like
off.
ham operators.
That just pisses me off when I
double standard, George.
Yeah,
it's kind of like DMR.
Yeah.
So we had, who was that guy on the air last night that checked in? He was the first check-in, and he was asking how many people do digital, and I'm thinking, oh, here we go. I got to get another battery now. Hey, you want to talk about digital? Shit, I could spend hours telling you, why it's the devil's radio.
The devil's radio.
Well, gang, it's been a little over 5 hours since this soiree began.
Roger that.
I think it's getting to be time to get a life.
I gotta put a sleeping bag in the dryer because I couldn't stand the stink. There was actually like you see the heat waves. It was like, I'm looking at, what the hell is that? And it's off gassing in the basement here. It's going to start setting alarms off, so I had to put it in the washer.
Well,
yeah, I know you're not supposed to wash a sleeping bag in a top loader. I don't care at this point because it's either going to get tossed or it's going to get washed. So
I would imagine
Us?
they got lots of
Just-
sleeping bags at the Goodwill.
yes, they
Just
do.
throw a tennis shoe in the dryer with it. So,
Yeah,
or a tennis ball or something.
I got 3 of them right by the dryer, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
There you go.
Well,
That'll
fellas,
whip it.
73,
Yeah.
you stay
Yep.
safe and be
You
well.
guys take care.
Yep,
And
73.
We'll see ya.
It's been a wonderful talk. Thanks
Yeah.
for the
For
education, George. I
WM9W and all
appreciate it.
affiliated stations.
I-
for producer
I would appreciate it if you would promote my party, guys.
Talk to you
You
guys on the air,
you guys-
73.
Take care.
And
Yep.
everybody
See ya.
stay safe and be well.
Yep. All right.
Will do.
Bye bye.
All
Take
right.
care. Bye-bye.
I got to get going too. So you guys take care. Until next
Bye,
week.
Dave.
Okay.
See you guys.
Bye.